Welcoming to Rogue Trader, Warhammer 40,000, where today we do visit place. And then we go visit Kiava and do things there. But first we visit place. Then we answer calls, and then we do things in very strange order.
Begin by scanning.
Provisions of 2? Disappointing. We need to land. We'll come back and land later. We do not want to land right now, because we have things to do, you know? We have many things we need to do, so we're going to go and do them, and then come back. 7 plasteel. That is not bad. It be considered, but not for now. We have plenty of plasteel. We have 44 plasteel. Ugh, disgusting. 2 plasteel. If it were 7 adamantine, or maybe 7 weapons, or especially 7 mechanisms, we'd very much do it. Ooh, question.
A small
Hello.
planet gently wrapped in amber forests greets you with a ruby-colored dawn. Basil von Dem Click, the local governor, gives the rogue trader a warm welcome. After several glasses of Damascene, the sweltering ruler asks if Ignatius von Valancius would like to keep him company during the upcoming hunt.
Sure, why not?
After several hours of riding the local peculiar animals, you make camp in the middle of a golden forest. Basil von Dem Click points at the sky. A flat disk rises over the horizon, constantly morphing its color and shape. The forest grows silent and empty. You can no longer hear the singing of birds or even the rustle of wind. The governor nods with satisfaction, and a few shapes step into the clearing. Their bodies are twisted by an unknown phenomenon, and you watch the freaks with astonishment as they begin to dance to the throaty cackling of their brethren, turning the bony growths and pulsating flesh of their scaly hands toward the unnatural thing in the sky.
What is going on?
The governor smiles coyly. You are about to see with your own eyes what is happening here.
Probably need to eliminate him.
The hypnotic dance seemed to continue forever. The unfortunate creatures howled, whined and convulsed, unable to tear their bleeding eyes from the celestial body. When the Parvo 9 disc outshone even the light of the local star, the physical shells of the things that used to be men burst, releasing beasts onto this plane that not even the most fluent and capable pen could describe. Basil von Dem Click excitedly explains that the creatures you saw are the children of the great king of distortion. It is he who is the true god and patron of these fertile grounds. Once every cycle his chariot shines its light upon the world and bestows transformations upon his most ardent followers. The rogue trader may become one of his heralds.
Sure. Probably gonna load this because we're not going heretical.
The governor practically shrieks with delight, and more eyes open on his hands and neck to give you a closer look. You must speak with the god in the chariot himself and surrender to him whatever you value most in life.
Let's go there.
The senior officers observe suspicious activity emanating from the twisted celestial body at the heart of the system. The chaplain advises you to get ready for a potential encounter with spawn of the archenemy, so it may be wise to reconsider unless you have holy relics, sacred wards, or blessed effigies of the emperor. Aflame with a plethora of colors, the distorted celestial disk trembles slightly beyond the endless windows on the captain's bridge as the rogue trader's ship approaches its center. An otherworldly voice, cold and enveloping, enters your mind. What could this puny wretch possibly offer a king? The officers on the bridge look around, perplexed. Their eyes are full of terror and confusion. Many clutch their heads and let out long howls of pain. Some empty their stomachs, but most, pale and exhausted though they are, have joined the Lord Captain in resisting the entity's influence.
And who are you?
An endless flow of images fills your consciousness. You see horrifying scenes of millions of tortured souls. Their screams rend your mind. Their pain pierces you with 1,000 red-hot needles. King, ruler, the one who is obeyed. That's all you can make sense of, although you see much more.
Release the minds of the Ember. Your grip.
The king's mocking laughter rings in your ears, and a deep red trickle runs slowly from your nose and over your lips, leaving an aftertaste of salt and metal. How dare you disturb the king with trifles? The entity is furious, and you feel a gust of invisible wind blow 1,000 blades right through your ship. Officers are collapsing at your feet, choking, and hundreds of casualties are being reported from every deck. A resonant silence descends on the ship, and a bright flash stuns you for what could be any length of time.
I think we're probably going to load it. I thought we had holy relics. Wait, did we just straight up load? I'm going to load to see. Yeah. Wow. Okay, we need to get some holy relics. I thought we had holy relics, to be clear. That's part of why I went for it. I thought we still had one. We have heretical. We have Kari. Do heretical. Don't have, like, really. Holy's at 78. Okay. Do we have any others that classify as holy? We have any other holy relics left? I think these should be holy, but no, they're mechanic. Well, that's heretical, really. That one I know is heretical. Interesting. Trying to find holy. I don't know if we have any, chat. I really thought we had one, but apparently we utilized it for ranking position. Oh no, I had to use it in one of the warp travels that we did. Is there a way to find it quicker? Ranged. Even though it's a holy sanctic weapon, it's just ranged. All right, well, let's do this and hope that we find just a slight little bit of holy relics so that we can continue. Bummers.
Large militants always use the right tools for the job, being extremely versatile with all kinds of weapons.
I won't tolerate weakness. We need to investigate.
Well, I can't do anything. Great.
The airlock is sealed. This isn't right. You distinctly remember never activating the seal on your way through.
I know I'm about to state the obvious, but I will state it anyway. There's something off about this. Something very off.
Pascal?
The control panel is being uncooperative. You know enough about machine spirit behavior to conclude it is not malice that is making them refuse to comply, but a higher priority order they are executing. After repeating the command entry protocol 3 times, with all the appropriate prayers, the tech priest says in a gloomy, raspy voice,
The machine spirit controlling this airlock is too simple and guileless to be tricked. It would be easier to deconstruct this airlock than to compel it to open.
We might do that.
I
you
have
hear a
learned
strange sound
much
that
in my
reminds you of dripping
exile.
water, or the clattering of something sharp against metal.
What are they? They're in the walls, above us, under the floor. They're scratching at my skull. They want to disembowel me, to wear my skin.
That's very disturbing.
Unknown Captain's Diary. A thick diary filled with entries written in neat, precise handwriting. Its author was documenting the
too
events of his
sense
life with
eyes
throughness
upon us,
bordering on obsession.
like a
After
beast
browsing through its
preparing to
pages, the
pounce.
following entries catch your
Hundreds
attention.
of beasts.
Exodus. Watch 1. Never thought this day would come. I'm addressed as Master Captain once more. How many times did I swear never to venture into the void again during those 2 Terran years I spent among the mangled ruins of the unheralded Reckoning's Bridge? Unfortunately, life in a gravity well didn't bring
I
me peace.
sense something
Reverend Hieronymus
nearby.
promised me that performing a selfless feat of devotion would bring me serenity. Maybe he's right, but I'm still writing in this journal during the long nights to keep my sanity, just like I did for 2 years there and 7 Terran years after that here. We'll see if I'll be able to live without the somewhere that is our wasteland wayfarer's destination. Exodus. Watch 237. The crew has reported hearing strange noises from the ventilation shafts for a 3rd time.
Victory
Alas, I'm
awaits.
charged with pilgrims, not seasoned voidsmen. The venture scares them,
letting
and they've
me
already
loot
managed
it.
to make up their share of absurd ghost stories. I ask Reverend Gravik to calm them down. He's the official head of the pilgrimage, so they ought to listen to him. Exodus. Watch 240. The vent inspection is finished. Just as expected, there was nothing to worry about, just some torn tubing striking the hull. Exodus. Watch 393. Reverend Hieronymus was wrong. Faith does not bring me peace. I prefer not to take any sides in the theological dispute that has broken out aboard our vessel, ignoring the debates altogether. I'll let Reverend Gravik handle it. I'm slightly concerned about this schism, but as long as both groups are
A new
peaceful and
challenge
agree to
for
follow
me?
my orders, they can bicker and shout all
My
they want.
success
Exodus.
was
Watch
inevitable.
810. The great day has arrived. The wasteland wayfarer has successfully landed on the planet's surface. I wonder if it'll ever leave it. A settlement is already being built down the hill. Its official colonial designation is AII 64,
Would he
but
be
Reverend
proud?
Gravik said he's going to
Am
name
I?
it Jessamine. When we first stepped onto the surface, Reverend Gravik's congregation and the Nourishers used different airlocks to leave the vessel. Seems like they've ceased any and all communication. Exodus. Watch 1212. Today the last pilgrims left the Wayfarer for Jessamine. I'm alone once again. They invited me to go with them, but I made up an excuse about needing to keep watching the reactor since my ship is still used for powering the settlement. Truth be told, I just didn't want to go with them. They say less than 1,000 pilgrims are still loyal to Gravik. The services at the main temple are performed by
Follow
the
my
Nourishers,
lead.
and the St. Druzu statue is cut only up to its knees. I can't understand their beliefs, but I don't think they will help me more than Reverend Hieronymus's faith. Exodus. Watch 1287. I was awoken in the night by a dozen pilgrims from J7. They were armed and scared and said the Nourishers had arrested Reverend Gravik. They were bewildered and didn't know what to do, wanting me to act. So
Compared
act
to
I did.
naval service,
Since Reverend
that
Gravik
was
is the
barely a
official head of the
challenge.
pilgrimage, I deemed this an incident of civil unrest. I cut power to J7 and demanded Reverend Gravik's release via Voxcom. We are holding the line. Exodus. Watch 1290. The Nourishers have come to us. Gravik was with them. He was calm and said that the conflict had been resolved. He took the confused pilgrims and their guns with him, and I restored power to the settlement. I have no idea what's going on. Peace. The watch is of no consequence. Today I received a brotherly kiss, and now I believe. I can clearly see the spiral path among the stars set for us by the Emperor Progenitor. Now I can hear my brothers and sisters. I am fine. Hunched over the Voxcaster, the hooded man mutters monotonously but emphatically into the microphone as he rocks slightly to and fro.
In the light of distant stars, our Emperor Progenitor wanders wearily. With thoughts and visions of us, he sends us particles of his light. Though his body suffers, his mind lingers on us. Let us therefore nourish him with the light of our souls, with our prayers, with our faith.
Argenta frowns.
The faithful worship the Emperor under a great many names and after a great many fashions. And yet, I do not like this prayer.
The man falls abruptly silent, as though sensing your presence. Then he says,
And here come the afflicted.
with a pale hand, he throws back his hood. You see an ugly face, with a flat, wide nose, disproportionately large brow ridges, irisless eyes with enormous pupils, a wide toad-like mouth, and skin that transitions to purple scales at the cheekbones. Standing before you is an abominable Cebu man, a mutant.
Welcome to the abode of the Nourishers. 3 sorrowful phalanges point the way to the Emperor Progenitor. I am glad you have chosen ours.
Heinrich recoils, then grimaces and touches his temple as if pained by a headache.
This is bad. This is very, very bad. Ready your weapon, Ignatius.
This being's nature has strayed too far from mankind's blessed general. The creed sees no humanity in deviations like these, and so it commands that such creatures be exterminated without mercy.
I'm going to understand this is to be a trap, am I correct?
Indeed, afflicted one, you have nowhere to run.
The mutant shrieks, grinning.
May the grace of our progenitor be upon you.
His words are piercing, becoming a shrill echo of 100 voices. Minds, growing ever louder, it torments your mind, and before you know
Gene
it, you
stealers.
reach for your weapon.
Venerate the dark gods!
You hear a clanging echo growing louder in the empty modules, like hundreds of Claudians striking bulkheads and grabbing onto bars. Whoever is advancing upon you, there are a lot of them. You ought to run for your life before they trap you in this crammed vault. Argenta's expression brightens.
Countless foes and a cumbersome position. O Emperor, I thank thee for giving us another chance to taste the sweetness of battle and the solemn joy of courageous deeds.
Wow.
Sister, I fear we are about to partake of something quite different. Or, more likely, someone is about to partake of us.
The Vox spits out a torrent of static, through which you nonetheless manage to catch fragments of words spoken by a voice not unlike that of your Vox master. Von Valent, command, lock. The signal is lost before you manage to say anything. Idira touches her temples and says, in a hoarse voice,
They're flooding the air with their psychic whispers. There's so many of them.
Yep.
Heinrichs, evidently at the end of his patience, growls through gritted teeth.
We must get out of this trap.
Plan your retreat.
If you had had a few hours to explore the ship, you surely would have found any number of discrete shafts and unlocked modules you could use to leave the ship. As it is, you're only aware of a single possible escape route, through the airlock, back the way you came. Any other path may lead to a dead end.
There's an old military adage that says, when you're already in deep trouble, don't poke around anywhere unless you know what you'll find there. I propose we get out the same way we came in. Optimal retreat route calculated. Delaying is not advised.
Go.
Your gaze falls on a room-covered control panel near the Vox receiver. A green lumen burns beneath the engage airlock seal switch. The switch socket is corroded and does not immediately yield to your touch, but the lumen changes color to blood red, and the whirring of deactivated airlocks rises up from the depths of the ship.
Yes, holy relics. The holy. Here come the gene stealers. Knew it. way.
I will not.
How do you not have line of sight here? Fine.
Guided by faith. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Doing a quick calculation. 26.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands. You, my Emperor!
Why are you running away?
No can do.
Why not?
Cover me! But of course. Was just as I foretold. Will do. A moving target lives longer.
I can't get through.
Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem, I've got a prize. Death comes in silence. As the tenets demand.
Got to do that. Get disturbed.
The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains.
No, I don't have enough to do both.
I shall not fail. Spider web.
What? Why can't you see it from there?
I move swiftly to strike. I am not your seat.
Yeah, you are.
I understand your intent.
You're my pet. It's okay.
If it serves
Crit.
your cause.
Nope, no crit.
This tedium is beneath me.
Forge ahead!
Be gone.
momentum.
Are we just having to fight our way out? I don't know what's going on here. Like, they just spawned in another one? Because... Can I not see him from there?
I'll bring glory to my bloodline. Nothing I can't do. Absolutely not. I
You
don't
need a
have
second
time for this.
bombardment.
Indeed.
One square away.
At your beck and call. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Heinrich von Kallax.
I need a foothold.
Not sanctioned to do this.
What?
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
I won't object to it.
Naturally. But of course, Lord Captain.
As the tactical imperative dictates. My vow is to serve. The spiritual prognosis is faithful. Request approved.
We'll do that.
I have read tomes of military tactics. If I may. Me. If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If only that were possible.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. is this foreboding? Anything else? I'm not so sure. On it.
Ice crystals appear in the air.
Go for it. Give me Perils of the Warp. Bring it on. Right now, I don't care if there's no one near her.
High momentum.
Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive.
All too easy. Not a problem.
So much damage. It's beautiful.
Watch my back. Wanna see a trick?
Watch this trick.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes. Already done. Nothing of value has been lost. It's about time.
Oh, we don't get to loot anything from him. Alright, that was cool.
Look no further.
Okay, so that mod is not seeming to work correctly. Not with these grenades, anyways. Because we have a mod that's supposed to auto-refresh the grenades so we don't have to re-equip them. Which I would really like to work right, because then we don't have to worry about forgetting constantly. Holy, 93. Really, 93? You bugger. Just need 7%. 7. 10.
Tuning plasma thrusters, standing by to receive data. Comparing permissible objectives.
Greetings, Lord Captain.
Hello, High Fitoro. I need you to do something for me. We need to open
Reboot complete. Proceeding to
negotiations,
execution of
please.
program tasks.
Select all trophies. 4,000 experience of towards reputation. Beautiful, level 10. We do not have the required profit factor for it though. Disappointing.
Look, it's settled on its own. That's never happened before. I'll be damned.
Because he didn't give us holy things, which doesn't make sense that these items count as mechanicish creations when they're supposed to be holy items. This makes sense that it's mechanicus. Ooh, what did that do? After running gun, wearer gains 15% cover efficiency when in cover for 1 round. That's not bad. It's not great.
Analyzing external hardware.
Stormbolter.
The roar.
It's alright. Ooh. That one. Dancer. And that's pretty good too. It's quite a ways up there though. Yes. Yep.
Hush, quiet. Don't talk about it like that. Here of all places.
I mean, that's not bad either, since we're immune to them. Wowzer! Cool. That's actually really good too. $7,000. I don't think we have enough to get to 19. Don't have any holy. That was the other thing I was looking for. If there's any holy artifacts, but there's none. All right, I'm gonna run the bathroom, refill coffee.
They don't
I'll
normally
be
use
right back.
these tools, do they? By the throne.
because we are wanting to get it done and not sit around here for decades. I think I'm gonna see if the trainer, the save game editor, that's it. The save game editor that allows you to swap the picture out so we have the updated picture actually has something for this or not. When it's only 7%, I really don't want to have to fly all the way back here and take all that time. Just because of 7%. 7%. Like, that is just kind of insulting them. Where do you have the holy artifacts? I mean, I don't see anything listed as holy artifacts in inventory, which is interesting. All right, well, let me do this. We go here. Go to the holy artifacts. Is there a name for the items that is considered holy artifacts? Holy gifts. Sacramental chalice. Solemn reliquary. Anointed purity seal wax bottles. There we go. Anointed purity seal wax bottle. Confirm. Did that add it? In case it didn't, I'm gonna check if it can find this one or not. Wouldn't typically do this, but for 7%, I don't want to fly all the way out and all the way back, because I know there's some other things that we're going to need to do here in just a moment. And I don't want to do that. So, hope you guys don't mind me acquiring 7%.
Greetings, Lord Captain. You heard what happened on the middle decks?
So it did work. Cool. I can do that one. Try to probably just throw that out.
It's happened before. You need to tie it up. It conks out for a while, then when it reboots, it starts running normally again. But be careful.
small planet gently wrapped in amber forest. After several hours of riding, the governor the hip Basil von Dem click. The governor practically shrieks with the senior aflame with the officers on the bridge look around, perplexed. Their eyes are full of terror and confusion. Many clutch their heads and let out long howls of pain. An endless flow of images fills your consciousness. You see the king's mocking laughter rings in your ears, and a deep red trickle runs slowly from your nose and over your lips, leaving an aftertaste of salt and metal.
Order a shipwide 1,000-voice prayer. Service over holy relics for the protection of the Ember world and the Imperium, and your own souls.
Deafening gong strikes are heard across hundreds of decks. Your eyes are misted with red
we
and
got
your guns bleed as your
holy
subjects fall
gifts.
to their knees all at once, in a shared prayer to the God Emperor. The holy relics from the ship's temples melt from the ardor of your speech, and the entity screams and writhes inside your brain, struggling to break out. Many drop dead during the first minutes of the prayer, unable to resist the corruption. However, others immediately take their place, unfazed by the sight of their fellows turning to dust in seconds. Then a nauseating stench engulfs the ship's decks like a wave, causing people to retch forth their innards. Finally, every deck is plunged into darkness. Ghosts of the past walk among the living, stealing breath from those weak of spirit. And still the prayer is not extinguished. It is hard to tell if the prayer service has lasted several hours or several days. At some point, you feel your very essence overflow with heat and power, and then the intruding will falters. The distorted disc vanishes from the void ship's augers, as if it had never been there, and at long last, everything is quiet. As everyone slowly recovers from what just happened, reports begin to come into the captain's bridge. You've lost a third of your crew in the unequal fight, and the fortunate survivors are going to take quite some time to come round. All hail the rogue trader. The golden forests of Amberworld look enchanting, even from orbit.
I am the sovereign of the Ember world.
From that moment the world belonged to the rogue trader alone. Your people eradicated the settlement's housing and the unclean followers of the profane cult. The corruption instilled by the King of Distortion loosened its grip, and the estates of Amberworld can breathe a sigh of relief thanks to the efforts of their new ruler. Yet malicious servants of the archenemy still lurk in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to wrap the planet in a web of heresy. Evil does not simply disappear without a trace. The golden forests of Amberworld look enchanting, even from orbit. Relieved to be free from the archenemy's yoke, the planet's subjects gratefully send you their humble gifts.
We don't even need that. Provisions, really? Provisions are one of the cheapest things we can get, and we have hundreds of them at times. It's one thing if it was provisions. It's another thing if it's just provisions. We need more mechanisms.
Your lordship, Janus is reporting about a disaster. Ghostly Xenos figures that appear at dusk and go away at dawn. In a ravenous swarm, they attack one agricultural facility each night, freezing everything they touch. The attacks take place in the complexes closest to the uncontrolled sector of the planet, where nature itself has turned against us. Fortunately, not too many facilities were damaged. Our irreconcilable struggle has moved the borders of the affected sector. The important production lines have survived.
Well, that's just not cool. What do we know about these wraiths?
Not much. They are incorporeal and difficult to discern, but they happen to have I'll-dry features. The spirits draw the warmth out of humans, plants, and inanimate objects, but it seems that they do not hunt consciously, but rather they simply do not notice anything in their way. At dawn, they dissolve into mist. The wraiths also differ among themselves. Some are as dark as the void, and others shine like the stars in the night sky.
What is spawning the wraiths? Is there corruption in the sector?
It is likely. They gather at its borders at the break of dawn and whirl in a wild dance, howling and destroying all living things, then disperse into thousands of fading flashes. The agricultural facilities that happen to be in the way of their dance fall into disrepair. Something is not right. The wraiths appear on the planet's outskirts and rush toward the heart of the contaminated region instead of invading from within it. Furthermore, their differences may suggest that there are two groups of wraiths opposing each other.
Heretic Trophy. Whenever the wearer uses a major psychic power, they gain 22% psychic power damage until the end of their next turn. That is not bad, but I don't like that. What do you think, advisors?
When dealing with Xenos, one should be prepared for the manifestation of all sorts of ominous mysteries. There is a whole cast of specialists among the cold traders who can whisper at Xeno artifacts to expel the spirits residing within. Perhaps we should ask them? After some of the events that had taken place on the ship, I got interested in ghosts. While on footfall, I bought a book, an illegal one, of course, that describes a so-called ritual of silence. It is said to be able to pacify violent spirits on the scale of an entire world, but I cannot vouch for the safety of this ritual. Instead of relying on the wicked ways to solve these problems, it would be better to turn to our good priests. There are skilled exorcists in the ecclesiarchy who know how to drive out dark spirits. Spirit Drape. The wearer's non-attack psychic powers cost 1 app less during the wearer's first turn in combat. A power device built from shards of Isle-Dry obelisks, the rogue trader received this Xeno artifact after pacifying the spirits on the agri-world of Janus.
That's not bad. Oh, see, now it only goes down by 1 security. That's a lot better than 1, 2, 3 down, 1 on each. And this is that strain. Oh, this is different.
Grants plus 10 law, warp, and plus 15 law, Xenos.
That's not bad either. Complacency. It's only the first turn, though. I like this one because we need a buff to our abilities.
I hope this will not beget more serious problems. Let us take our chances. At the appointed time, dozens of psychers around Janus started a ritual known as the Ritual of Silence. It surprisingly did not cause any sort of catastrophe visible to the naked eye, at least. An invisible force pushed the wraiths away from the man-made structures, stopped their horrifying dance, and shielded the Lord Captain's subjects from the rampage of the Xenos.
Hey, look at that. Need that. You decide which of these we want. I don't know which one. I do know we want that though.
Lord Captain, there's been a tragedy on Darganus. Governor Drivestem has been dedicating most of his time to restoring the astropathic choir lost to the warp storms, but the psychers he assembled were struck by an unknown assault. They heard something, and it has cast them into madness. The astropaths have lost sleep, clawed at their skin to the flesh, muttered gibberish, and now they have gone completely berserk. They had to be eliminated, and now only a few of the most resilient astropaths are upholding the connection to Darganus. But how long will they last? The Rogue Traders party gain plus fell bonus /2 momentum when using any Psyker or Navigator powers.
Wow.
Daemons, Chaos Creatures, Psykers, and Navigators deal 10% less damage to the Rogue Trader and their allies.
Not bad either.
While Veil degradation is equal to or more than 10, the wearer deals plus 9% additional damage with all psychic powers. Can only be equipped by an unsanctioned psyker.
Where did the former astropaths come from? Can we get more from them?
I have received complaints that Governor Drivestem has devastated the minor astropathic choirs of the Protectorate. He scaled them down by almost half through blatant abuse of his authority. To take more people from these choirs would mean depriving ourselves of the connections with other worlds. We could try to hire sanctioned psychers from other domains, but they will be few as the road to the Imperium is perilous.
Right.
We can try getting by with the resources that are already available to us. Seek out the unsanctioned astropaths who train those PSY active citizens of the Protectorate displaying promise, a most regrettable violation of his laws, caused by our grave situation.
What's the cause of this affliction?
Who knows? The schemes of heretics from the cult of the Final Dawn, the treacherous magic of the Xenos? Perhaps it was a planned diversion, or maybe it was a random echo in the Immaterium.
Great. Advisors?
The astropaths are among the most finely trained specialists in the Imperium, who beheld the light of the Emperor himself and gained a special bond with our master. I strongly advise the rogue trader to recruit only sanctioned psychers who are capable of keeping their talents in check. If there are not enough, the Inquisition will assist you in locating and acquiring more.
Oh, really?
Your lordship, Lady Theodora not only had enemies in the Expanse, but friends as well. Those whom she helped out, rescued, and saved. I think these people can offer a helping hand. Among them are several powerful planetary rulers, who possess both astropaths and a deep respect for your family name. There are a lot of psychers on my home planet Lyra, Lord Captain. Do you know why? There, we are not despised, persecuted, or enslaved on the black ships. There, we are sheltered from raids, educated and respected. Of course, it is all done in secrecy from outsiders, but I can suggest which ruler to contact. Perhaps, the von Valencia's family name will be enough to make a deal and obtain a more educated group of astropaths rather than some criminal rabble.
Yeah, all three of those are better than the criminal rabble. Yeah, look. Nice. No longer has the negatives. Psyker or navigator powers. That is huge. But is it my fellowship bonus? Because my fellowship bonus is not so great. Still, it helped. Yellow, look, security goes up by 1 instead of down by 1. 10% less damage from psychers. And then this is Let's do Witch Collector. Fine. Henrix, if you feel that the Inquisition would be so kind, see to it and make sure it is done.
You will get your astropaths. The von Valencia's dynasty is too important for us to just turn a blind eye to it in its time of need. A wave of armed skirmishes and detentions swept across the Expanse. The ships carrying these powerful captives have brought the new astropathic choir to Darganus. Even the most influential could not resist the fearsome agents of the Inquisition, who had requested the ruler's valuable servants to meet the needs of the von Valencia's dynasty. The tragic pestilence of the astropaths has not appeared again, but all of them have reported hearing strange whispers ever since their first day on the planet.
Not wonderful. Four people. Or 3 xenotech. Gives us profit factor 3. This gives us only 2. really don't need this. We won't use it. Let's do this, I guess. I like the complacency up. Don't like the other aspect. Don't have a dogmatic psyker. I don't like efficiency going down. I can't take the efficiency loss. Complacency up would be nice, but we don't have... I don't see a profit factor going up from this. We need more weapons. And people. This is not bad, especially on our friend. I think we want to go with this. Though this is not bad either. Don't think we're going to go with this. Complacency in all? Blocks the hallowed railway, though. Ah! And the explorators are very useful. Ardbug, evening. How are you doing? Sorry, I was focused there a little bit. How's your day going? We'll be back to the other game tomorrow. Is nice. Complacency and efficiency here, or complacency on everywhere. Let's 4 versus 5. Guess I'll do this. I don't know.
Lord Captain, the Astropathic Choir have caught glimpses of horrifying visions coming from Fearboss 6. Something has breached the colony. from underground. Soon after a new sector of deep tunnels had been put into operation, it was overrun by monsters. They lurk in the darkness, swarm in the shadows, attack quietly, and leave nothing in their wake, consuming flesh, plasteel, and rockcrete. The chewing of 1,000 claws heralds their approach, and desperate cries can be heard in the silence of the tunnels. Praise be to the Golden Throne, these creatures do not seem to be interested in getting to the surface. However, they have seized several active mines and are doing Emperor only knows what.
What are these creatures?
None who faced them have survived to tell the tale. The frightened workers call them a swarm because they crawl along the tunnel like a wave. They say that the enemies are vast in numbers and are insect-like. One of the workers, who was lucky to survive the attack, has since come up to the surface. The horror drove him mad, but he held a wrench covered with strange engravings. The pattern was exactly the same as the one that the mad convicts had been etching into the walls.
Interesting.
The overseers have already admitted to somewhat bending the restrictions on digging near newly discovered, unknown tunnels. New mining drifts have been placed dangerously close.
Of course they did. Advisors?
The threat is unknown. Establishing the nature of the threat is the top priority. Collateral losses are insignificant. Requesting authorization to coordinate an offensive operation to be carried out by penal battalions in order to determine the nature of the attack. We have to block off this threat and protect the people. To do this, we must blow up the tunnels, but to make sure that the plan works, it has to be done in zones currently occupied by this unknown enemy. I am sure that a dozen brave men can be found in the colony, ones willing to accept the grace of martyrdom and descend into the darkness with the explosives.
Pascal, create a plan for a counterattack. Arm the convicts and overseers. It costs 1 people. His doesn't. Master the Inferno.
All allies gain +10 demolition and deal +10% more fire damage. Viceline and Prometheum become a raging, all-destroying force in the hands of the rogue trader.
That is not bad. I want this, but I like Pascal. We're gonna do this. We'll do this on the other.
Heed my words, for I ask of you to kindle the flames of faith in your chest, against which no corruption can withstand. Making a sign of the Aquila with their hands, a dozen martyrs wearing explosive vests have descended into the darkness. Their belief carried them toward their gracious death in his name. A series of tremors shook the mines, and the monstrous roars of crumbling earth filled the empty tunnels. Clouds of toxic smoke have erupted from the depths of the mines. The blockage of stone and dirt has separated people from these terrible invaders, whoever they were.
Ground worker, do that. So this, we have to pick one of the 3. Explorators. That's the one we need because of the mobile extractiums. Seven plasteel here when we need it. I don't need more plasteel.
Emergency aboard the Void Ship. A foul warp entity has pierced the thin veil of the Geller field and spawned unimaginable beasts of unnatural hues. The Vox systems are picking up the crewman's screams and the warp fiend's loathsome giggling. The situation demands immediate intervention. Blessed relics instilled the souls of the Voidsmen with such faith that there was no room for fear or doubt. It may have taken a staggering number of casualties to prevail over the enemy, but their sacrifice was not in vain.
Can I get something better than that? Like, we keep getting this one. Yeah. Kingdom and colony stuff doesn't Absolutely. Ooh. Let's go to the space club. And then we'll deal with the enemies of humanity as well. I love the space battles in this. They did a really good job with the space
A vigilant
combat.
member of the Auger crew has detected a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no signs of being crewed.
Hold the vessel.
The squad boarded the vessel without issue. Corrosion has laid waste to the ship's systems, which led to the death of the entire crew. The interior is full of dry corpses. No weapons were found on board, and the dead Xenos, judging by their clothing, were not part of any warrior caste, merely the crew of the now-defunct ship. The Xenos Yuliak claims to have recognized the symbols on the dead Dry's clothes. They were civilian refugees from Craft World Crew Darak.
Xenotech, we do need that.
Charred ruins have been detected on the planet's surface. The architecture, building materials, layout, and passages betray their Xenos origin. There are currently no signs of Xeno activity on the planet, and the ruins seem to be abandoned.
Detailed scan, please.
The burnt husk of an Imperial shuttle has been found in the heart of the ruins. The pilot's remains are badly damaged. It would seem the shuttle smashed into the building at full speed, causing the fire that destroyed it. After being rammed, the enemy void ship deals 10% less damage and has its hit chance reduced by 15%. Both effects last for 2 rounds. The ship's ramming prow is filled with indomitable fury from the bones of a martyr who fell upon a settlement of abominable Xenos.
Get the equipment, ordain their body. Can I not do both? Monument. This is the only one that shows up what we get. I can't save here. What do we get?
Close examination reveals a few precious Archaeotech items. Unfortunately, removing them destroys the pilot's remains. White shards of bone are now scattered among the burnt-out ruins.
Five toughness. Plus 5 toughness. Collision damage caused by wear increase. By toughness bonus. Archaeotech las gun. 12 to 17. Not a very long range one. I mean, I like it. Just not what we really needed. No! I saved after we did that. Apparently the save didn't take.
A vigilant member of the Auger crew. The Xenos Yuliak claims to have recognized the symbols on the dead Dry's clothes. They were civilian refugees from Craft World Crew Darak. Charred ruins have been detected on the planet's surface. The architecture, building materials, layout, and passages betray their Xenos origin. There are currently no signs of Xeno activity on the planet, and the burnt husk of an Imperial shuttle has been found in the heart of the ruins.
Okay, so it's
the
the same
pilot's
thing either
remains
way.
are badly damaged. It would seem the shuttle smashed into the building. Hundreds of crew members disembarked to honor the nameless hero, while many more remain on board to listen to a voxcast of the liturgy in the somber gloom of the decks. Even though the pilot's name is unknown, their sacrifice will be remembered in the hearts of the Imperium's true children.
We'll take the Drusian rep. We don't do ramming. What we get? Adamantine. I do need that. All hands, prepare for combat. 8 plasteel? How much plasteel?
The skeins of fate can lead us to victory.
Eldari Shadowhunters. Why are the Eldari fighting us? I thought it'd be Drukhari. There's 5 of them. Okay. We have help. And more help. That's one we gotta take out first. That's the one we gotta take out first. Give it to me on the front. Yeah, boy. That's what we need.
Whispers grow louder. We approach oblivion.
Oh. Oh, I didn't see there's some up over here. Gun there. How do they have so much movement? Wow. don't know why it... There it goes. It doesn't always work well with calling them in. Got a range by 1. I hate that. Just one square away. That's gonna hurt. Come on, support cruiser. Support frigate. No, I... Look the wrong one. Turn around. Fighters. See, these fighters are wonderful. That's why I want to get the FP profit factor, PF profit factor up, so we can get the other upgraded ships from that. Yeah, no, I actually kind of like the ship battles. Not everyone does. But I enjoy them. To 27. We'll go with 27. Not enough?
The darkness.
That's some good loot. Get that rep up. So much. That's not bad. Ooh. That's really nice.
Character level required.
See why they require 8. Heavy void craft armor. Attack craft gets +1 hull integrity, so they're tougher. Ramming, we're not doing ramming. Onboard ECM. Torpedo attacks craft. Torpedo and attack craft gains 60% evasion. Because attack crafts gets evasion too. That's actually pretty good. Exactly. Ramming is for orcs. We aren't orcs. Repairing takes 50% less. Need that. So we're going to need to get repairs, CM, then extra flight controls when we can. Read this. Ah, yeah. I mean, when you build your ship like a flying building of pure, adamantine, I could see why you'd ram with it, but no. It takes damage. I do think this is pretty cool. It's actually on a table in your ship, is the looks they have. So you can actually go to the edge of the map, and it is the edge of the table. It actually is an edge of a map. I think that's pretty cool.
Demonic ice had materialized and begun to slither across the walls of Crew Quarter 49. The burning orbs swelled like bubbles of fetid swamp gas, only in secluded places at first, later appearing in plain sight. Everyone subject to their... An unidentified object has been located in the system. The artifact reacts to our transmissions by releasing unknown radiation, most likely of Xeno origin. The cogs are reporting. If you want to get a closer look, we need to close the distance between the vessel and the object.
Ooh. That's kind of cool. Ship components. Okay. Do the planets, and then we'll do the Xenos artifact. Yeah, it looks like a war room. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Well, actually, I have a playthrough I want to do, but it would require finding people that have time and not utilizing any of them except for on the ship. All the pre-built NPCs would be ship-only characters to fill the posts, which realistically is what you'd want to do because you don't want to risk losing them and play it more like a tabletop game. Prometheum. We're good on Prometheum for now, thank you.
At first it looked like the snowy and desolate planet was devoid of surprises, but the yellow and orange flickering of the lumens and the notifications from the auger system informed the officers there was a small colony that survived in spite of the harsh climatic conditions. All attempts to hail the colony have failed.
Scouting party. Investigate.
The explorers report the dismal condition of the settlement and its inhabitants. Their skin is translucent and pale, their icy blue eyes see practically no color, their language is rough and guttural, and their stomachs cannot tolerate anything except a stew made from local roots and mosses. And yet they are subject of the Imperium, still loyal to the Emperor.
That's
they
the
have
issue I've
mistaken
had,
your
Art
people
Book.
for his emissaries.
What happened on the world?
The local elders woefully reminisced about times long gone. Most of them were still sheltered in their mothers' wombs when snow first settled on the verdant fields. Hail ruined the crops and frost hardened the soil. Plants and large beasts that could not sustain themselves were the first to go. They were soon followed by birds and other small animals. Most people in large cities perished, unable to warm themselves and their families.
Wow.
They say the governor and his entourage left the world in the first days of winter, taking all the provisions and fuel with them. No one responded to the pleas from this dying world. The stars remained deaf to the messages transmitted by the planet's Vox stations. These abandoned subjects of the Imperium still managed to save the machines and other valuables, but they were of little use without a supply of promethium. And yet those who survived eventually adapted to the tribulations that the God Emperor had bestowed upon them.
Just steal their stuff and let them freeze? Dark. I think I played that briefly a little bit. Let's help them.
When the maw of the first generator belched forth a furious roar and black ash started falling from the sky instead of snow, the locals laughed and danced, trying to warm their limbs after decades of cold. They called down blessings upon their unseen savior, a rogue trader from the von Valancius dynasty, and thanked the God Emperor for the fortuitous encounter. The explorer's departure was accompanied by shouts of grateful approval, not to mention their many parting gifts.
One thing of promethium. I can get 4 from them.
Look out, bridge, we have an unknown object, dead ahead. Not an asteroid, clearly artificial in nature, but it's larger than Footfall Station. Bridge, copy that. Report relayed to officer on duty and pilots. Look out, expect visual soon. Bridge, we have visual. What the? Incoherent whispering. Bridge, look out, this is the Vox Master. I'm adding the pilots, senior officers, and the Lord Captain to this channel. His Lordship wishes to assume personal command. Look out, Lord Captain, we have requested intel on the object from the Auger Array module, awaiting their response.
Lord Captain on the line. No need to engage the augers. I know it's called a webway gate. Lord Captain on the line. What do the augers show? Because this will give us a little bit of experience.
Tech use test succeeded. Bridge, according to available data, the object consists of an unknown material foreign to the Imperium. We are registering an unknown class of energy profile. The engine seers are at a loss about how this technology works exactly, but they did specify that the energometry suggests that the system is holding an active charge. The object appears ready to do whatever it's designed to do.
However, see, the thing is, prayers to the Emperor on our behalf can actually keep us safe in the warp. So we want to make sure we have people loyal to us, like those people in the freezing world who basically thank the Emperor for their very existence and pray blessings on us because they literally can create a shield to protect you in the warp. So we want to actually keep them alive. Just saying. I mean, you're not wrong that we call down, you know, Exterminatus. At the same time, protection would be good too. Senior officers, what's your take?
Officers Station, Van Kalark's here. What we see before us is a woodway gate, an artifact that Xenos used to get to their sorceress realm, so to speak. It allows Aldrai to get around the sector quickly and serves as a hideout for their most unpleasant tribe, the Druckeri, whom we have already met. Officers Station, Iliet here. This gate is just like the one you saw on the Lilithan. The children of Asurian wander the void through such constructs, erected in ancient times. Any ship that passes through such a portal will enter a tangle of paths fathomable to none but my kin.
Can we activate it?
Bridge requesting response from the Enginarium. Bridge apologies, Lord Captain, the tech priests have refused even to consider such a possibility. It would be a violation of the Omnisar's tenets and an extremely dangerous undertaking.
So true, Art. So true.
Bridge, perhaps a certain companion of yours could. Officers station, even if I knew the secret of this gate, I would never surrender it to the Monkey. The Woodway is our kin's sacred refuge and a deadly trap to those such as you, Ellen Tatch. Bridge, Lord Captain's orders, destroy the object, activate batteries, targeting, firing in 3, 2, 1. Lookout, confirming contact with the object. Good thrown. Bridge, report, lookout, no effect. I don't know what that thing is made of, but our weapons are powerless against it.
We won't fire upon it. But yeah, Warhammer is such a rich, rich world. Really is. All right. All hands, prepare for warp jump. Kiava Gamma, set destination. 2 sectors remaining to investigate. Probably, actually, you know what? We might do that now.
During the warp voyage, the middle decks reported strange gatherings that were attracting dozens of officers. An investigation quickly bore fruit. One of the acolytes from the auger deck has proclaimed himself a prophet and is rambling about purification by blessed fire. Only the perilous influence of the warp can explain the Spies reported that the cult gatherings were hardly worth investigating. They were nothing but long conversations punctuated by people searing their palms over an open flame. The surveillance was maintained until the end of the warp. Acolytes of the cult Mechanicus have reported a disturbing incident. All Vox systems on the middle deck started broadcasting otherworldly sounds, whistling a haunting melody. The strains of monstrous music drove people into a frenzied dance that could not be stopped. Several hours later the Vox devices fell silent, and the dancing crew members fell lifeless.
Let's get these last 2 done and then
the area
we'll
was cleared and the
Kiava
bodies of the
Gamma.
deceased were disposed of with the necessary precautions.
Promethium.
Currently we have 43 Promethium. I do not believe we need additional Promethium at this time. 2 plasteel. No. No.
Here's 2 plasteel, here's 2 plasteel. With 7 and 8 up in the other region. We currently have 44.
Uncountable worlds are said to labor beneath the Imperium's yoke. The Coronus Expanse, where the realm of the von Valancius dynasty is located, is but a sliver of humanity's dominion.
We need this
a trickle of disturbing news came from the
text-to-speech
Navigator's
mod
sanctum over
for
the last few days.
Blackstone,
Allegedly there
or
is a vast
Blackthorn
shadow following
arena.
the void ship through the depths of the Sea of Souls. Mere hours before emerging in real space, the vessel shuddered. An unidentified
Right, first
Leviathan
salvation
had
from the
emerged from the
warp
roiling
trap.
warp, wrapped its tentacles around the ship, and started squeezing, trying to crack. The void ship crew did everything they could to release their vessel from the nightmarish creature's grasp. The bulkheads groaned and snapped, entire chambers depressurized, and screams of people left alone with the warp spawn made Vox operators go mad as their hair turned grey. At last the Navigator executed an emergency translation to real space, and only the opening of the escape portal made the unknown aggressor retreat.
Let's do it. Engage in battle.
The rogue trader's void ship is facing several Isle-Dry scout ships. The Xenos are in no hurry to attack, and time seems to have slowed down. One wrong move and carnage will ensue.
Juliet, would you care to, speak with them?
Juliet's speech is met with a torrent of Isle-Dry abuse that is too much for even the rogue trader's elucidator. The Xenos accuse her of betraying her kind by conspiring with the Monkey, and unceremoniously cut the connection, yet their ships are no longer blocking the way.
Oh. Bummers. you're gonna be that rude.
The rogue trader's void ship is facing several Isle Dry scout ships. The Xenos are in no hurry to attack, and time seems to have slowed down. One wrong move and carnage will ensue.
We'll see if she gets mad. I mainly just need some more ship combat so we can get experience. I say again? No, I want to look at the microphone. Yeah.
The stars will judge you.
I think she might be more than dual. Actually, there's something for you, Art. If you find a good way to build a dual wielder in Blackthorn, let me know. I've had no positive use with them. Put it on the front. No, that's the left. Well, they're right. Fire a broadside. Yeah, I've not had good luck with the Berserker either, because you lose control of him, which if you're doing pure, auto, that's one thing, but if I try to give him any input, they're like, don't pay attention until it's done. Like when you're doing explorations, the Berserker was annoying because he kept not listening to me, so I had to switch to a different character just so we could continue moving through the dungeon we were trying to do. No! Can't quite turn far enough. I could see that. I could see that. I actually would love to run a TTRPG in this setting. But, timing.
I revel the spectacle of their glittering ruin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can see that. The Alpha Strike, he manages to do some stuff, but other than that, he's a little funky. You know what? That's what I think of your torpedoes. Only really works with good two-handed weapons. Yeah. And that's the thing, the one you get is a one-hander. Oh yeah, Owlcat Games does awesome job. Like, Owlcat Games is stellar.
My premonitions never fail me.
Like, they really have done an amazing, amazing job.
A celestial body holds 0 interest as an object of study. We can continue onward, Lord Captain.
Yeah, it does. 1 plasteel, 2 plasteel. Yeah. Yep. They've done awesome. Like, everyone talks about Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm like, eh. This and the Pathfinder games from Owlcat, I think, are so much better done.
It belongs to the explorators of the Connaissance Fleet. They colonized it centuries ago. Unfortunately, we do not possess the privilege of landing here.
Why can we not go down to the surface of the planet?
This world is declared off-limits to the Leti due to the sacred rites of the Adeptus Mechanicus being performed on its surface. I am afraid the restriction applies even to your lordship.
What kind of secrets are they hiding?
Rumors say the servants of the Omnisar are calculating the formula of ultimate destruction in the secluded tech crypts of this world, seeking to confine it to a rigid system of previously unseen weapon primers. Others whisper that the local denizens have dedicated their lives to the restoration of a ruined divine weapon from the dark age of technology whose power and technological perfection are so holy that a mere glance from a layman would be an affront to the Omnisar.
Very well, we will leave them for now. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, I could play Owlcat games forever and be cool with it. But like you said with BG3, it's like, I kind of got tired of it. I would rather play BG 1 and 2 than 3. Which I feel kind of bad about, but it's my honest feeling. Owie. Why can I not do the higher ones? What did we miss? Is there something we need to do to be able to get the other projects? That's very puzzling. Why can't we do rank 4? Right, one does not defy the Mechanicum. Absolutely. I have not done enough of Wrath, and I need to. Lord Captain's presence required. Okay. We will do that right after we get done here.
Lord Captain, according to telemetry, we are in the system of Kiava
That's
Gamma,
good to know,
the
Ard.
main industrial world of
It's
the
on my
Von
list to
Valancius
play
dynasty.
through. It's just
However,
there's so
our
many
astropaths
things.
report that attempts to contact Governor Gaprak have been unsuccessful. But wait. The Voxmaster is silent for a few seconds. Lord Captain, a new report. Kiava Gamma is sending a request to exchange data. Should we accept it?
No.
As you command, Lord Captain. The Voxmaster switches to a nearby comm channel to relay your instructions to the crew. For several minutes, nothing happens. Lord Captain, reporting, the Manufactorum is ignoring all our requests and continues to send us its own. The longer we do not accept their messages, the stronger and more persistent the incoming signals become. I've never seen anything like. Suddenly, a deafening screech erupts from the bridge's Vox system. You hear violent tirades of garbled binary code like the low chuckles of machinery. LLL Lord Captain. In TT interference DDD detected in the compartment's Vox SYSTT. Looks like the bridge is CC cut off from the rest of the VV Void ship. The Void ship's bridge, sounds of working cogitators and officers' footsteps. The everyday scene is interrupted by an ear-splitting beeping sound, followed by lumens going out. In the dim glow of candles and emergency lights, one of the officers in frame cries out, another falls to her knees, clutching her head. Over the beeping of Voxes, shouts can only just be heard. What's going on? The doors are locked. We've lost contact with all compartments. One of the bridge officers turns to the throne. Lord Captain, the Vox stations are malfunctioning and overloading the system. None of our outgoing transmissions are getting through. The incoming ones that do make it are distorted beyond interpretation.
Fine. Decipher incoming.
Proceed. A team of decryption experts gets to work. Data tethers are inserted into sockets as they connect to the cogitators. One of the Vox clerics leans over the console, another is writing something on a piece of parchment. But then she bursts into maniacal laughter and stabs herself in the eye with a steel quill. Another scream. A tech priest, who was mid-prayer, tears himself to pieces with his own mechadendrites. More and more lunatics are muted. Portion of PIC recording damaged after contact with unknown object. An enforcer shoves a rabid servitor away from the Lord Captain as he
Up the crew shouting orders.
Strength test succeeded. The image on the pict is fuzzy. Nothing but glimpses of people, shouting, racket, and the Lord Captain's orders. Within minutes, the crazed crew members are either dead or bound and unconscious. The officers clustered around the Lord Captain are barely breathing but unharmed. Scrap code. The voice belongs to the on-deck engineer who has turned to the Lord Captain from his station. We have been attacked with scrap code, a tech heresy designed to corrupt machines. The transmission received from the planet was infected with this taint, and it is now running through the ship's veins. Omnisar preserve us. The Voidborn officer appears before the Lord Captain once more. Whatever it is that's attacking us, we have a backup procedure that can circumvent the Vox barrier. In the atrium leading to the bridge, there is a terminal for an isolated system that might still be enough. A loud pop. The the pipes over the officers' heads burst, and a blast of hot air flings the Voidborn away from the Lord Captain, his body slamming straight through a cogitator panel. The picked frame spins uncontrollably. The servo skull was jolted by the gust. The picked recorder fogs over, the Vox picking up the crackling of electricity and a death cry. Gas on the bridge. A junior attendant shouts and instantly doubles over, inhaling the rogue trader.
Evacuate immediately.
Persuasion test succeeded. The rogue trader personally oversees the evacuation. Bring the plasma cutters. Get the wounded to the exit. The officers repeat his orders. When the servo skull following the rogue trader reaches the doors, they fall to the plasma cutters and crumble outward. The rogue trader is the last to leave the bridge. Kara's test succeeded. Leaning on a support beam, the rogue trader takes several deep breaths, trying to flush his lungs with air. Then he straightens, smooths his uniform, and heads toward a goal known only to him. The servo skull follows. The Atrium is in a state of panic. Silhouettes skitter about in the dark hall, illuminated only by the flickering of emergency lumens. Kurt, it takes a while for the Lord Captain to find the cogitator mentioned by the fallen officer. The panel of the isolated terminal is riddled with cracks and blood stains, and on the floor by the terminal, the tech priest is lying in a heap with his head smashed and technical liquids mixed with blood oozing out of his pores. The Lord Captain decides to
take the chances.
Tech use test succeeded. The rogue trader rips the power key off the tech priest's mechadendrite and opens the cover on the terminal. Sparks fly into his face, but he is confident in his manipulation of the tangled wires and climbing levers. After replacing the cover and ensuring that the system is restored, the Lord Captain brings up the required data on the screens. The maintenance bay is sending out hundreds of desperate distress calls that have gone unanswered up to now, when the machines went out of control and started turning people insane. Others, driven by some hateful and paranoid logic, started butchering the servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The tech priests have sustained heavy losses, but the remains of the cult are still holding the line. Out of everything that's happening on the ship, the situation in the maintenance bay is the direst. The Lord Captain knows where help is needed most. He decides to
We'll the maintenance bay ourselves.
The rogue trader arrives not a moment too soon. The crew, frightened out of their wits, have already cornered the priests of the Omnisar and are about to execute them. The Lord Captain stands between the angry mob and the tech priests, his sheer presence already giving the crowd pause. Harshly cutting off any object irons from the crew, the rogue trader orders the officers he gathered on the way here to escort the mutineers out and set up a guard post outside the bay, where the tech priests begin to offer desperate prayers to the crippled machine spirits. The walk to the bridge is uneventful. The crisis has passed. Although wounded and crippled, the ship nevertheless is returning to its normal operation. Life on the bridge is as bustling as ever, even though the people are surrounded by destruction. The senior officers have the situation under control, and the people have been organized. The emergency crew have already finished repairing the pipes. The technomats are setting up cogitators and consoles, and the healers are bagging up what few corpses there are and examining the wounded. By the comm station, the rogue trader runs into the Vox Master. Praise the Emperor, you're in one piece, Lord Captain. The situation on board is satisfactory. I was just in the middle of setting up comm channels. Soon all the Voxcasters will be fully operational. Another man appears in the picked frame, a junior officer, completely out of breath, carrying a heap of scrolls. The Vox Master nods at him. Here are the reports. Lord Captain, if you find yourself able to return to your station, I can immediately give you a rundown of the state of affairs on the ship. End of picked recording. Lord Captain, the Vox Master's voice is quivering with exhaustion. The situation has been brought under control, more or less. It will take some time to eliminate the consequences of the attack completely, but the vessel is capable of motion. We may even be able to conduct a warp jump if you feel we should leave the system. Allow me to bring you up to date. Fortunately, the bridge suffered only minor losses. The reports mention only a few casualties that have already been replaced. Kiava Gamma went silent after transmitting the harmful signal. I will refrain from sending inquiries to the industrial world to avoid a second attack. I am afraid we have exhausted our options for remote analysis. More information can only be obtained by closing the distance or even sending an away party to the planet's surface. The Vox clicks as Heinrichs joins the channel. The time has come to remind you about our agreement. Ignatius, I must be present in your entourage during your expedition to Kiava Gamma. I am counting on your cooperation. The crew is awaiting further instructions, Lord Captain.
Wow. Does it create extras? Yes. We're going to save here. Then I'm going to go back. Before we did that, here, because I want to see if we can just bypass it by ignoring it, because that's basically what I expected to have happen. If we can't, then we can't.
Lord Captain, according... But wait. The
Ignore
Voxmaster...
it.
As you command, Lord Captain. The Voxmaster switches... Lord Captain, we ignored the transmission as you ordered, but the Vox system has detected a dozen more incoming requests. Their number is growing every second. Suddenly, a deafening screech erupts from the bridge's Vox system. You hear violent tirades of garbled binary code like the low chuckles of machinery. LLL Lord Captain. In TT interference DDD detected in the compartment's Vox SYSTT. Looks like the bridge is CC cut off from the rest of the VV Void ship.
Cues. Stop the transmission. Okay. So it's pretty much the same.
Lord Captain. Fortunately, the bridge suffered only minor losses. The reports mention Kiava Gamma went silent. The Vox clicked. The crew is awaiting further instructions. Lord
It's kind of
Captain.
what I thought. So you're kind of forced into it no matter what. But I wanted to see if they let you actually have choice, or if they give you the illusion of choice. And it's more the illusion of choice.
Dark and malign forces lurk beneath the fabric of the physical universe. The warp, a source of all psychic powers, is home to the forces of chaos, a malevolent and turbulent entity that is the metaphysical manifestation of humanity's worst fears and frail ties.
Enemy void ships. They are marked for death.
3 there, 2 there. Gas cloud, maneuverability -1, evasion 30. Missed. That's close. Five destroyers. Well, that's a raider, not a destroyer, technically. Since it's area of attack, it should do more damage because it doesn't actually have to hit him. I love these fighters. One cell away. He nicked me. Well, there goes a few fighters. Corrupted. Ooh. Corrupted melter torpedoes. That does not sound good. This gives us 2 extra cells. So it's gonna be 1, 2. It's not gonna quite be enough. I can't shift that way. He's going back. I want to get the upgrade, Ed!
I want to get the upgrade.
Assault scanners provide void ship with targeting data granting 90 or 80% chance and 15 crit. It's not better than what we got. It's worse than what we got. Our Ultimo array is better. Alright, I'm gonna refill coffee and help my wife with something quickly. And then we'll press on. Thank you, each and every one of you, for being here. I do hope you guys are enjoying. And we'll continue just a moment. Nice, Ord. That's the way to do it, man. But yeah, let me know if you get one working. Like, they just die so quickly on me. Like, they don't seem to be doing as much damage, and they don't seem to be avoiding as much damage. So I don't know what can be done to actually get a good result on their usage. I want to, but I just... just can't, haven't, I should say, not that I can't, I haven't found a good outcome. I've used rapiers, cutlass, something else so that they're fast, and they still didn't seem to perform as well as the non-dual wield.
This dwarf planet is marked on the Von Valancius Protectorate charts as Atoll and serves as a backup source
One
of
exception
water
I
for
can
the
think
habitable
of.
worlds of neighboring systems. Due to the abundance of bacteria proliferating in the Atoll hydrosphere, the extraction of ice was stopped half a century ago, but much to your officer's surprise, the augurs detected an unidentified mining rig deep underground. Presumably, the excavation is aimed at extracting clay minerals near the planet's core, enriched with iron and other metals.
Contact the Extractium's Vox station.
The Extractium turns out to be Incendiacorda's latest investment, whose domain is located just within a few jumps from the Krenak system. While this world is of little value to the Von Valancius dynasty, your officers see this gesture as an attempt to test the boundaries of the newly minted rogue traders' leniency.
Pascal. Like that. Confiscating and rebasing the Extractium. I'll do Pascal recommends, as he is the tech lead on this tech item. Shall do what you require, Pascal. It is ours, not hers.
Your people easily assume control as the frightened workers and the token security crew do not even attempt to resist. The Extractium's machines are restarted shortly after. The amassed containers filled with precious ore are delivered to the flagship's cargo hold.
Maces are slower from what I could find than the, was it the rapier or the cutlass? I can't remember which one it was that was faster. But I went with those because they're, other than the dagger, it was the fastest one. It was the fastest weapon other than the dagger. They do hit hard. You're not wrong. I didn't take part in the streamer challenge. I was not aware of it, actually. And I'm a little dinky streamer that apparently is unnoticed by game developers. I mean, I did stream during their, what do you call it? Their drops. And I got some people show up for that, but then no one actually stuck around after the drops were over, so. Plasteel? I don't need plasteel. Alright, Kiava Gamma, here we come! Well, they're lost. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I hadn't been notified of it, and I didn't see it anywhere. But glad you feel that way. Didn't realize we had level up.
Dark and malign forces lurk beneath the fabric of the physical universe. The warp, a source of all psychic powers, is home to the forces of chaos, a malevolent and turbulent entity that is the metaphysical manifestation of humanity's worst fears and frailties.
I actually messaged the developers, or not the developers, the publisher for Blackthorn Arena, and told them I want to talk with the developers because I know a problem they're having and how to fix it. But we'll see. I haven't seen anything back from them yet. If you know any developers or game company developers or something like that, feel free to pester them and send them my way. I would love to be able to do this full-time and get paid to do it.
Heinrichs frowns as his eyes sweep over the Manufactorum's dark halls.
No solemn ceremony, no personal meeting with Magi. I fear we are too late and we won't be dealing with clandestine heretics after all.
Binaric arias of alarm stream out of the Squall's Vox synthesizer. In their neurotic, broken rhythm, you sense a call to arms and a warning of danger.
What is your mission in Kiava?
I assumed I would conduct an investigation and track down traces of the cult of the Final Dawn. I believe I can discard that plan now. Both the incident with the scrap code and the manner in which we were forced to land on Kiava Gamma indicate that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Nevertheless, I must use this opportunity and try to determine what the cult was doing on an industrial world and what specifically interested them on a planet full of sacred machines and servants of the Omnisar. First, we must find someone who can tell us what's been going on here.
Heinrichs pauses, straining to hear something.
If, that is, there is anyone left here to speak to.
Any suggestions on how to proceed?
To start, let's look around and find out why the arrival of the rogue trader did not elicit the usual fuss. To speak plainly, I would not count on a warm welcome at this rate. Better keep your weapon at the ready.
Let's go.
The interrogator nods, continuing to stare into the surrounding gloom. Unlocked.
God grants me insight.
Your mind is swathed in blue-grey smoke, Master Van Calox. A heavy color for heavy thoughts, I presume?
You are a dangerous person, Lady Orselio. Well, all navigators are, but your abilities place you in a special category.
Before you is an ancient, but wholly typical console, intended for use by people not trained in the mysteries of ministering to machine spirits. The cogitator is completely silent, but as you approach, you sense the warmth emanating from its metallic casing, a telltale sign that the machine is working.
View the log.
You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archive stored on this cogitator. The vast data repositories contain millions of strings related to receiving raw materials for processing, shipping processed metals, and schedules for sacred rituals to be performed over the machines coming off the production line. The Manufactorum once operated like one gargantuan well-oiled mechanism. The last record is from 2 months ago. The cogitator's panel has dozens of breakers. You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archive stored on this cogitator.
See the first one.
Praise be to the Omnisar, whose might and power transforms dead metal to make manifest the holy visions of the machine god. The new protocols received at the Synod from the Great Fabricator Sensor have been executed, despite those who shuddered at the thought of changing the standard procedure. Embolden your hearts, those whose inner weakness breeds errors in personal calculations, for the Fabricator Sensor is the conductor of the higher will and the wisest among us. Today, at the Supreme Assembly, the Fabricator Sensor unsealed the vaults of the sacred designs and committed those deemed redundant or heretical to purifying disposal. Today, dozens of standard procedures were lost, to be replaced by new ones, which the Fabricator Sensor will deliver to those who demonstrate the greatest devotion to serving the truth. But the databanks contain no notion of truth. Could there have been, may the all-knowing one, the gracious keeper, forgive me, an error in the Fabricator Sensor's calculations, and he meant to say, serving the quest for knowledge?
No, he didn't. He failed. He's corrupted.
Your knowledge of machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. A false query, a crafty manipulation of the controls, and you get what you want. The instrumental terminals have already been replaced, and the material delivery systems are being prepared for divine transformation. The execution of the new procedure has been delayed, for there are some in our ranks who doubt the words of the fabricator censor and his votaries, and there are some who are not susceptible to the enhancement protocol that carries our tech comrades to enlightenment. May the deliverers of fate be merciful to them. Inaction is death, and I must be returning to our great work. Praise be to the truth that will reveal the path to the knowledge shrouded in darkness.
Nope. You corrupt. No. He's corrupt. Know that. Found out that dark little secret.
A massive cogwheel constantly drives the colossal gear system, which is lost in the haze.
Yeah, no, I'm currently unemployed, Art, and I should be working, but gotta have work to do that, and people have not been responding at all about positions. It's great fun. Trying to figure out, where to pay bills from is always great and exciting, right?
The 16 Universal Laws, the Mysteries. A tome containing revelations of the Omnisar, recorded in special binary dialect. Only a member of the cult Mechanicus with a key to this cipher may partake of the wisdom of the machine god.
How am I supposed to use that? Must be a way up there, I guess? Because there's no way here, that's for sure.
The lumps protruding under the tech priest's bedraggled red robe hint at the mechanisms implanted in his body. You see his haggard and sickly face under the archaic respirator augmatic. A click, a clank, a barely audible hiss, and only then the tech priest's vox finishes the word. Identification. Request denied. The squall turns to you, his visor gleaming crimson.
Registering anomalous behavior within this servant's organics and an invalid Newsly response. This unit is compromised.
You carefully study the robe-clad figure. A black border of necrosis spreads out from around the tech priest's implants. For some reason, his body is rejecting the true flesh. A moment later, you recognize the dominant smell in the bouquet of scents permeating the air around the tech priest, the stench of rotten meat.
Phew. This guy smells worse than a grox fermented in spent promethium. I bet he tastes even worse.
The squall's vox hisses with a hint of surprise.
Consumption of the flesh of members of the Adeptus Mechanicus is not recommended, irrespective of their smell or compromised state.
Who are you?
The tech priest clicks his relay.
Magus Custos of the Machine Sanctum, Tier 2 to 0. Identification.
Where's the fabricator censor? I'll only speak with the person in charge of the manufactorum.
Denied. The irregularity demands execution of Protocol 39 to 42 in accordance with the fabricator censor's decree.
I'll not be doing anything until I meet with the fabricator censor.
Anticipated process disrupted. Execution of disposal protocol recommended.
The tech priest draws his weapon, and as his robe opens, your senses are hit by a fetid wave of rot.
Submit and you'll die quickly!
I will take you down.
a problem for me. All too easy. Nothing I can't do. There's nowhere to hide. Already done. Watch and learn. Ah! Another clean strike. Not a problem for me.
Wow, that was amazing.
Suits my purposes. Stand a chance.
Death whispers my name.
Not sure how I lost all that health,
Nothing
but
I can't. There's nowhere to hide.
oh, they must have hit. But wow, talk about clearing house.
Fortune favors the swift. If it serves your cause. Ancestors, guide me! No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Hold on.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Yeah. Wow.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm afraid not. Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may?
Suits my purpose.
A broken blade has no use.
Why are we exploding like that? Did I miss something?
Ah, thank you. Now, where were we? My time is now! Not a problem for me. Not my specialty. I'll pass.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is...
Let's see to it. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it.
Do you think
Well, you can just heal
my
up.
body was suffering?
I did not expect you to take that much damage.
A dance of blades and shadows. Trust me. The shadows will see it done. As the tenets demand. I shall not fail.
It will be done.
Ready, and... Oh, he stops burning. So many insane synergies are.
You jest, surely.
No, no jest.
I shall not fear.
I'd like to, but I can't. This battlefield air is good for my lungs.
No.
Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. How about no?
As honor ordains.
Makes sense.
I'm amended.
Was it you? Or anything else? If only you knew what awaits you. But of course. Anything else?
The air is filled with evil whispers.
Let's see what we can do here.
Running binary override. My vow is to serve.
Not the best first contact with the world's inhabitants. I hope we will find someone more able to hold a conversation, willingly or not.
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh, she has a crippled leg?
A new challenge for me?
Wow, that's not cool. Might have to use one of our special med kits for that. How do we use that? I don't see anything there where we need to, so I guess it doesn't matter. I see heresy. Heresy everywhere. Hey, look! We dropped that one back down.
Watch your steps.
Disarm the trap.
Duty prevails.
Victory awaits.
I really
Blood
want to do
mixed with machine
TTRPG
oil is barely
this.
visible on the dark floor.
It's about time.
There was someone here. It's a good place to hide, or to set up another ambush.
I've suffered worse.
I'm watching your back.
How may I serve the dynasty?
I'm restless.
Martyrdom is a reward.
None better at searching.
Failed me. You
Look at this mark.
Don't
Someone was
frighten
dragged.
me.
No, someone walked in our direction
None
very
shall
recently,
stand
but
in
we
my
didn't see
way.
anyone.
Lord Captain.
All right, we need to do this differently. All the blood, right? I don't know what we need to do to get that disabled, but we're going to have to do it differently. I had a feeling. There has to be something, yeah. And I have a feeling that's exactly what would happen, which is why I hit the quick save button as you do.
I'm always ready. Need a little morale boost?
Though I gave thee my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live.
Yep, I do ordain that you shall live. You shall serve me. Right?
The web beckons.
See, look, she can stand between them. But an actual
Dark
group
patches
doesn't.
can be seen on the floor. They are smudged, as though someone walked through them on the way to the footbridge.
There's a trap there. Why aren't you seeing it?
There was someone here. It's a good place to hide, or to set up another ambush.
The songs of my ancestors speak of stars long forgotten and worlds
I didn't
long
say
gone.
everyone.
What a shame that you lack the capacity to understand even
The dead know nothing, and neither do the ignorant. Blood is my life. Death is my duty.
What is it?
I just want her. Not everyone.
An unworthy soul. Choose your own path.
Oh, big sneeze. Glad I was able to catch
Whisper
that.
and be heard. Just
Oh,
as
great.
ordained.
She has had trauma.
Follow my steps.
Overlord! Curse you, miscreant!
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperium.
We shall prevail.
Ugh.
Back into the fray. Regain your composure.
Your technology is limited, but I am grateful.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because
Looking
of
for
their
a hidden cache?
rotten-colored souls.
Look at this mark. Someone was dragged. No, someone walked in our direction very recently, but we didn't see anyone. Unlocked.
Successful.
Ballistic and crit. Wow.
Let's do it now.
A small, heavily augmented man in a filthy, tattered robe stands before you. As you approach, he hesitantly looks up at you, his eyes filled with horror. A portable inscriber with a keyboard hangs from straps at his front, and you can see his detached cerebral cogitator peeking out from under his hood.
You've nothing to fear from us.
Deus Mechanicus. The tech priest decides to take a better look at you, after which he lets out a ragged breath and manages to subdue his shaking.
He heard my prayers. I thought I was alone in a kingdom of madness and depravity. Please, save me.
That is the plan.
Tell us who you are and what happened to you. I am Manufactorum Lex Mechanic Zeta 86. I performed the rituals for the machine spirits of Foundry 95, up until we started going mad. Priests devoted to the Omnisar suddenly started praising the dawn of something or other. They stopped the belts, and then they desecrated the visage of the sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted, the others grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned their implants to heresy. I saw the madmen, my former tech comrades, deliberately connect those poor souls to corrupted cogitators. I watched as they were infected with the scrap code, and did nothing to stop them. I am recording a violation of the commandment of thine own forged via True Sentinel, Apostate Zeta 86. Your accesses are hereby revoked. Proceed with your report.
The icy rumble coming from Pasquale's box causes the Lex Mechanic to lower his head in fear and contrition.
And how did you avoid the same fate?
I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedure on me. I felt the touch of unholy code. I allowed it to control me. I abandoned my sacred post and followed one of the traitors, serving his will and gathering all the data for his blasphemous experiments. I was driven by an unholy impulse coming from the depths of my auxiliary cogitator, where the code had lodged itself.
Edir appears at the Lex Mechanic.
The whispers are dancing around you, latching onto you but not for long. Maybe it will happen yet. Maybe it won't at all.
Before I found a way to throw off the compulsion, I witnessed horrifying heresy, the extraction of true flesh and its decomposition on altars, perverse procedures that resulted in here technical abominations. I even accompanied a fallen magus to the fabricator sensor himself and attended the unholy mass he led personally. It was a wicked ritual, full of willful deviations and blatant inaccuracies, all to create an ungodly monster in the name of the final dawn.
Yep, there we go. You don't act like the other priests who are infected.
The Lex mechanic gestures at the wires and connectors spilling out from under his hood.
Praise the gifts of the Omnisar, I managed to disconnect my external cogitator, which I used for primary data processing. The machine is corrupted, the scrap code is locked inside it, like a beast in a cage, but anyone who tries to look inside will fall victim to the heretical program. My primitive brain has been marked by corruption. I still see their silhouettes, hear their interference, I sense the malfunctions in my augmatics, but I was still saved from the great sacrifice. Oh, blessed are the workings of the Omnisar and his benediction that shelters the weak from evil.
Heinrichs tenses ever so slightly at the Lex mechanic's words. You see his hand casually stray to the handle of his weapon, but the interrogator is in no hurry to act.
You mentioned the monster, some kind of weapon?
No, not those constructs that are melted down in furnaces and sent into the depths of the manufactorum. It is some kind of semblance of a cogitator, a nightmarish parody of a sacred machine, powered not by the Omnisar's grace, but by the unholy spirit and life force of the unfortunates imprisoned on the lower levels.
Got it.
I don't know much, except that the fabricator sensor saw that machine as special. It was special to him and to the crazies who defiled the Omnisar's abode with their obscene blasphemy. For the final ritual, he even called upon one of the Astat heretics who arrived at the manufactorum after the start of the uprisings. He did something terrible, and only after that were they able to switch the machine on. It is a true abomination. Even standing near it is unbearable. I believe that even those who have been deprived of the Omnisar's grace still feel its influence on them. Its monstrous power utilized for unholy computations and chaotic calculations. Whatever the cogitator might spew out at the end of its cycle, no righteous soul should accept its heinous offering.
Yeah, no kidding. How'd your comrades behave?
Like the grace of the Omnisar had left them entirely, replacing free thought and progress with blackest corruption. I witnessed them desecrating structures blessed by the fabricator sensor himself. Though what do the blessings of that rotten traitor count for now? Like men possessed, they set upon the sacred instruments and assembled shells and nodes that didn't match any diagram or blueprint I'd ever seen. Sacrilege.
You mentioned imprisonment on the lower level.
The lay servants of the main units, they live in isolated segments under the sacred machine halls. I heard they were locked in there after the takeover. Then my crazed brethren changed the system for disposing of slag waste, and covered the machines in cursed symbols.
The Lex mechanic hesitates.
After they started the cogitator, they dragged the survivors out of the segments under the machine halls. Well, what the survivors had turned into. You demonstrate exceptional powers of observation and recall for someone who just happened to survive. I'm a Lex mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my existence. That's even what they used me for.
He trails off, belatedly understanding the subtext to the interrogator's words.
They used me against my will. The scrap code turns everyone into their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetrated these atrocities and witness their obscenities.
Heinrichs, what do you make of it?
The interrogator tilts his head.
Servant of the Omnisar, I must know more. About the final dawn, the fabricator sensor, his mass, and about this machine as well.
Oh yeah, it is. Absolutely, Ard. You are absolutely correct on that.
I could give you the coordinates, but...
The Lex mechanic drops his head.
Even though I was present for many blasphemies committed by those heretics, all the details that were captured and processed by my true flesh are in the augmatic that was corrupted by the scrap code. I am convinced that if I hadn't fought off that foreign compulsion in time, I would have been doomed. The corruption would have spread to my biological cogitator as well.
The Lex mechanic taps a finger on the device hanging from his ear on several wires.
I swear that no devout tech priest should come into contact with what's hidden in that once sacred device.
Heinrichs' expression shifts as he stares intently at the disconnected implant and the still intact connectors protruding from under the Lex mechanic's collar. The corner of his mouth twitches involuntarily. Abelard notices the look on Heinrichs' face, and once he does, he sighs heavily and looks away.
Can the cogitator be connected to a different machine?
The Lex mechanic shakes his head in reproach.
Even if the very idea of exposing a holy machine to the scrap code wasn't profane in itself, my augmatics are not universally compatible. They cannot be connected to another machine spirit. They were created to interact within the system of my true flesh, to innovate my compulsor unit and output data via the inscriber. Once I am safe, I swear that I will immediately perform a cleansing rite and destroy. In other words, there is only one way to extract the data stored in the cogitator.
What are you thinking about?
If we connect the cogitator to the augmatic system, the Lex mechanic will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. We will learn the details, even if they are incomplete, of the things he saw and heard but is now unable to recall.
The Lex mechanic, who has been listening to your discussion in puzzlement, finally understands what is going to happen to him, and he begins to back away in fear.
No, anything but that. I'll die. No, it'll be worse than that. I'll succumb to the corruption. I'm begging you, please. I'd rather be burned as a heretic than have the scrap code in my biological cogitator.
At these words, Heinrichs pauses for a fraction of a second, almost as if he is reconsidering.
In failing to offer any resistance against the enemies of the Omnisar, Unit Zeta 86 lost the grace of his machine rank and was recategorized as a resource of the Manufactorum. The defilement and torment of said resource, if committed to advance the struggle against heresy, will not be deemed an apostasy or malefaction against a living soul. Upon expiry of the unit's utility, disposal is recommended.
Juliet watches this scene unfold with something that can be described as fascination, practically spellbound.
How easily you commit your kin to a demise worse than death.
She glances at Pasquale.
And how swift you are to dismiss them as an object.
I don't remember where I'm at. What was my dogmatic in Iconoclast rank? I can't recall. I would love to get more details about the golden age of technology from the setting. Men of iron, men of gold, men of silver, men of stone, all the different things they had. What do you guys think? We'll do dogmatic. We're going to do Iconoclast later. Information cannot be allowed to go to waste.
For the good of the Imperium, like a snake, Heinrichs lunges at the Lex Mechanic, whose mouth opens in the beginnings of a squeal. Pinning the babbling Lex Mechanic, Heinrichs uses his free hand to feel for the connectors of the external cogitator, and then for the socket at the back of his captive's neck. The Lex Mechanic struggles a few times, but when Heinrichs twists the reel on the cogitator's hanging wires, the Lex Mechanic lets out a chilling howl and arches his back sharply. His hands twitch and leap to the inscriber, and begin typing furiously, pounding on the keys with huge force.
Oh, it would. It would absolutely fly in the face of lore. I'm saying I would like to know more lore from that time period. I would like it if they came out with more details instead of leaving them completely left to myth and legend. There were these things. There's beliefs that the Men of Iron were the robots that were found that were called the Men of Iron. But it's not a guarantee that those two things were the same thing, from the golden age of technology and then to the future date where there is the Men of Iron. Those two things could technically be different.
Cassia, who has been stoically observing everything, flinches and averts her gaze when the Lex Mechanic starts crushing his own fingers into a pulp. The scroll that creeps out of the inscriber's printer continues to grow, undulating in waves of parchment that settle on the floor. The crunch of breaking bones can scarcely be heard over the hammering of the keys. After several minutes, the Lex Mechanic's fingers are well and truly crushed and blood is spattered over the inscriber, but that does not stop him trying in vain to press the keys with the scraps of bones and skin that remain. Heinrichs tears off the parchment and skims his eyes over it, sometimes frowning and looking away as though his eyes are paining him.
Right?
It will take time to study this in full, but at first glance, the data from the Lex Mechanics cogitator suggests something of the nature of the cult's major preparations. Refitting the Manufactorum, accumulating resources, mentions of focus points. These are preparations for a large-scale chaos ritual. It appears the local cogitator, whatever that may be in actuality, is one of the key points in this list. We can learn more if we find the construct that was created on the Fabricator Sensor's orders. The coordinates are here. It is located here, in the bowels of the Manufactorum.
Heinrichs casts a final look at the Lex Mechanic, now locked forever in a cycle of mindless motion, and turns away.
We had better hurry. The Lex Mechanic stares into space, his mangled hand still mindlessly pounding on the inscriber.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Didn't like that choice, but you know.
The screen of this cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache.
Exactly.
The screen of this cogitator shows a scrolling line of
Very
repeating
well said,
technolingua.
Art.
Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache. The 16 Universal Laws, the Warnings. A tome containing warnings of the Omnisar. This set of unshakable tenets of the Adeptus Mechanicus is hidden from the eyes of the layman with a special binary cipher.
Correct.
Only an anointed tech priest can divine the sacred knowledge from this folio. The massive magus clad in ritual garb lets out a binary trill and turns to you. From beneath the deep hood of his mantle, two dimly lit iron plants gaze out at you. You hear another binary tirade, this time clearly addressed at you.
What's the matter, Littleton, comrade? Did the implants on the brink, you forget how to speak properly?
You dare address me in the vile tongue of savages? Me, the steward of Kiava Gamma, lord of the machine world? Kneel, pathetic spawn, if you seek swift disposal.
The Emperor's finest reporting.
Yeah. Welcome in, man. Propose that I, the rogue trader of Von Valencia Sly, kneel before you. I'm giving you 5 minutes, not to beg for forgiveness, but to speak your last words and offer your final confession.
You are one of the troglodytes who once had the gall to oppress my comrades and resist my will, a messenger from the barbarian who drank the sacred unguents bestowed upon her through others' toil. Very well, then, your appearance is the perfect opportunity to teach your oath a lesson. My name is Cubis Delphin. I once held the title of Fabricator Censor of the Kiava Gamma Manufactorum, but I rejected it, along with the other fetters that hindered progress. Once, my faith was flawed and led nigh fools from the cult Mechanicus into the darkness of ignorance. Now I am this world's master, and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory, and you do not number among their legion servants. Therefore, you must be subject to immediate disposal. As the senior functioning member of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magus Explorator Pasquale Hay-Numan, declare this temple to the machine god compromised and forthwith forbid all service within it. I dethrone the Fabricator Censor, the ignorant heretic who has betrayed the Omnisar, and condemn as anathema any and all standard procedures implemented by him. Let the cycle of the blasphemous operations he has put in motion be discontinued.
Pasquale switches to binary, and you hear dissonance burgeoning in the depths of the Forge Cathedral. Some of the giant mechanisms heed his order and go still, while others, obeying the fabricator sensors, will continue their work. Crashes, explosions, and the clanging of crumpling metal signify that some dissent among the machines has interrupted the manufacturer's production cycle.
Hanuman, liar, you are not him. Dement Hanuman obeys me, his mind is open to the voices of the void, and the scrap code he created protects my world. And I'll not have you, rusted refuse from the misfit cast of explorators, call me ignorant. This statement is false. Your regalia have been revoked, you have been deemed defective and will be eliminated.
Pasquale turns to you and says dryly,
Initiating Herrick Search, designation, Dement Hanuman. I wish to execute the retribution procedure.
You've traded one master for another. Meh. I would have expected something better and smarter from a fabricator sensor.
The fabricator sensor's box lets out a piercing, barely audible sound that makes your insides shudder.
I will rip out your spinal column and braid it around my staff, you arrogant creature.
This is my world, and it will serve me alone.
Even a cursory analysis of the data shows that the probability of this outcome is negligible. You, like your predecessor, are but an artifact of certain calculations, one that requires minimal resources to revise.
I do not know if I have ever seen anything more bizarre than two monkeys vying to prove who possesses the greater hubris.
You may be driven by your will to fight, but know this, Kiava Gamma has already been converted, its lines have been restructured, and its servants have already tasted the fruits of progress. In the crucibles of this manufactorum, torrid liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving deeper into new mysteries that were once barred by false tenets. You, servants of fate gods, are too late. The entire might of this world will soon rise up against the anathema and his slaves. So many open admissions of heresy in so few sentences. Sister, how many death sentences would you say his words warrant?
I cannot answer that, Master Van Calox. It is not my duty to measure the guilt of heretics. When the Adeptus Aurites appear before enemies of the Imperium, it is time to fire, not count.
Oh man, love it. Yes.
And now is one of those times.
Yes. Oh, your 5 minutes are up. I hereby sentence you to death, and I will be the one to carry it out. Be rendered into pieces. Let your cycles cease.
Comrades, purge the manufactorum of any random variables. I must prepare for the culmination of our great work. But the outsiders, let their blood mix with oil. Death to apostates. True, accept the gifts of the faithful.
Plexus assassins. They are cool.
True, conceal the path from the impious.
I like Dark Mechanicus. I like the Mechanicus. I like Iron Warriors, hence the previous statements, as well as others of that such.
None shall stand in my
Iron
way.
Hands are cool.
Just as I was taught.
There's a lot of them.
Keep a sharp eye. I do what I must.
As you approach the cogitator, you notice a number of deep scratches left by huge claws on its metal surfaces. Despite the apparent damage, the machine seems to be in working condition.
Activate emergency bridge lowering protocol.
You touch the levers and the reels on the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within this cogitator. The cogitator is silent, awaiting new commands.
View the logs.
The log contains nothing of interest. The maintenance ritual schedule for the sacred...
Follow my lead!
Yep. I actually was planning a route before children came along and interrupted
The screen
it.
of this cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache.
Where it was going to be a branch of the Iron Warriors before the issues on the home planet, where they had boarded a space Hulk, and so they were loyal to the Emperor in their minds, and yet still had some strangeness about them due to being on a space Hulk for so long.
It takes skill and talent.
Take a bit of an explorator fleet from Mechanicus and Iron Warriors, throw them in a space Hulk for a while.
Spirits of this cogitator are
they're going to come out interesting.
Loss.
Force access to cogitator.
Your knowledge of machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. A false query, a crafty manipulation of the controls, and you get what you want. You gain access to the cogitator's systems. The device's machine spirit can do nothing to thwart you. Subdued by its defeat, it hides in the depths of its lair.
Awaken.
You touch the levers and the reels on the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within this cogitator. The machine dawdles as if still drowsy, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. The cogitator is silent, awaiting new commands.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Did you guys just see that? Right? Yeah, why does he hate them so much? Like, it's like something's there.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Look at that. Dead. Oh, where's the other guy? What? There's at least another dead one as this thing went slamming in. Oh well. Heinrichs. Volnkulox. Pasquale. Lady Argenta.
If I must.
Corrupted Scutori. They have 30 health apiece, not bad. You have a lot more.
I understand your intent.
Yeah. Which is like, why? He was there for it. He should know.
Beneath me.
Is there something he doesn't want to tell us that he knows about it? Because obviously there's something there.
If it serves your cause. not your Xenos pet.
Shut up, you Xenos pet.
If it serves your cause.
No!
I will endure.
The shadows will see it done. My blade whispers your name. As honor ordains. I cannot serve you in this way. To the undying Emperor.
Oh, boy.
I shall not fail. Let your soul be purged.
Ow, that hurt. Oh yeah, so much lore.
I will avenge you.
Yeah, that's vague lore. They're very cagey about what exactly happened. They say something like that happened, and it's like, okay, what does that mean?
Living on the edge. Tell me, and it is done.
Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Already done. Nothing of value has been lost. I'll bring glory to my bloodline. Suits my purpose. Watch and learn.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Yeah, exactly. It's contradicted from rumors, so you don't know. It's like this one says that, this one says the other, and it's like, what exactly is an STC? Is it a machine? Is it a device? Is it, like, what is it exactly? That's not very clear either.
Am I getting paid for this?
Nothing I can't do. You didn't stand a chance!
I do love it too. And yeah, there's only pieces found. What do you mean? What does that mean? What is that?
All too
Why?
Supposing me was your biggest mistake.
Dude. So disgusting.
Absolutely not. Not a problem for me.
Look at that, look at that, look at that. And you know what? You want to know what's hilarious? You want to know what's really hilarious? You ready? You see where we are, right? We're way away from anyone. Ready? You all ready for this? We're back where we started. So we're closer to the enemies now. For the next go round. Oh man.
I took care of this one.
Someone else can do this. I'd rather not.
For Von Valentius.
Victory is imminent. Indeed. It will be done. I will do my duty. It will be done. Reduced to dust.
Just hammered him. Oh man. Hey Nem, how are you doing? That ability is so stupid overpowered because you can go from full cover out, obliterate tons of foes, and then just whoop, I'm back in cover. Nothing ever happened. Disgusting. I love it.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Ready now? Watch this. Area of attack. Ready? Ready?
Messiah condemns you.
Oh, serving the Imperium goes great. And if you say anything otherwise, you must die. So Nem, how is your service to the Emperor? Great or heretic?
Victory awaits.
None are better at searching. Just as I was taught.
But yeah, we're in Kiava Gamma. We're working on clearing the heresy in the name of the Von Valentius dynasty and the Emperor.
None shall stand in my way.
The broken panel of the cogitator is sparking. It's blind, dark screen showing nothing. The device, now evidently used to chop bodies into pieces, was once an ordinary cooling fan. This pile of human remains, carelessly tossed together, emits a suffocating stench. The torn, gutted bodies once belonged to tech priests, but you cannot spot even a glint of metal anywhere. All their implants are gone. Suddenly, one
Your
of the
armies
rebels'
die
bodies
well
makes
for the Emperor.
tiniest
Good.
movement. The tortured man's lips move ever so slightly, his half-closed eyelids twitching.
All heresy must be purged. Approach him.
The man can barely breathe without his respirator implant. It is a miracle he survived the horrific vivisection, but it takes you a single look at the gaping wounds where the augment was ripped out to realize death is only a matter of time. As if having sensed your presence, the half-dead man looks at you and sharply inhales the hot air.
Machine spirit, deliver me.
The binaric requiem coming from Pasquale's box sounds solemn and grim. Upon hearing it, the man's mutilated face twists into a weak semblance of a smile.
Who did this to you?
My comrades.
His voice is barely audible. It seems each word takes the man a great deal of effort.
Machine spirit, has the Omnisar truly abandoned us? Kiava Gamma has fallen into the maw of the eternal enemy. The holy Magi, they succumbed to heresy. The rest was stripped of their true flesh to feed the heresy. Preserve us, deliver us, deliver. Sacrifice living blood from vessels of the true flesh, while their heart is still beating. After that, oblivion.
His eyes grow glassy.
I knew you would come. I've waited so very long. Deliver me from my torment.
Juliet's alien, harsh features are graced with something strikingly similar to grief and compassion.
Such senseless savagery. What a horrible fate, to be betrayed by one's own.
I attest that the three categorical requirements for assigning the status of martyr of the faith have been met: opposition to the enemy, preservation of adherence to dogma, and a brutal death. Requesting the right to extract the subject's organic matter for it to be used in the creation of an honorable servo skull.
The man, who is minutes from death, wheezes weakly.
It's an honor. I am thankful for the right to serve.
Nice. Nice. Oh wow, heretical. That is terrible. Pascal, your request is granted.
Leaning over the dying man, Pasquale, in a decisive yet surprisingly respectful motion, cuts his throat. Wielding a long scalpel, it takes him mere moments to release the cervical vertebrae from the hold of muscles and sinew and to cut the vertebrae, severing the head from the body. Picked record a servo skull. This servo skull is designed to spread the glory and splendor of its mighty owner.
Let your service continue, Tech Comrade.
Wow. We'll get rid of the fat baby, and we'll put on this man, so he may bear witness to the fall of the heresy. Yes, I did a little bit. Yeah,
it's about time.
You stated it well there. It's not excellent, but it's not bad. It's just at least something to be desired.
Watch your steps.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
See? Right there.
It was kind of mid, which is disappointing. It could have been amazing, but the execution was kind of not as good as it should have been. Also, I kind of felt the same way about the Grey Knights one. What do you call it?
Would he be proud? Am
A new challenge for me?
I sense something nearby.
I did Necromunda, that was pretty good. But there was a lot of jink to it. Yeah, Chaos Gate. Chaos Gate was kind of fun, but there wasn't a lot of attention on it, and people didn't seem to want to watch it because no one showed up. And some of the gameplay stuff was mid, as you put it. Grey Knight's lore is awesome.
I won't tolerate weakness.
That's where you can find some of the heresy legions that didn't go. Which people don't realize that. People are like, oh no, all the legions that went heresy are complete heretics.
Cogitator's panel has dozens of breakers, villains, handles, switches, and other control mechanisms.
Exactly, Mem. It had great potential, but felt kind of flat. Necromunda had a lot of jank to it that was disappointing, and then after that was the Under the Gangs one. After the Gangs, there was the other one they came out with. What was it called? The one where you played just a single guy. Oh, cool. That's awesome. View log.
You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. Using
Supply.
At first glance, the records look like a typical shipping report, but after further reading, it becomes apparent that the focus here is not all assembly parts, but augments extracted from living
Done Vermintide as well. I think I like Darktide better.
Victims killed either during war
Space Marine, of course. Space Marine 1 and 2, man. Dawn of War 2, I didn't play 1 because I didn't find out about it till after that. So Dawn of War 2, I didn't do 3, which they supposedly made or something, I'm not sure. Space Marine, absolutely. I've done, what's the other one called? RTS1. Can't remember what it's called. But I've done quite a few of them. I've done the Space Marine one where you play as the squads and go purge. Sorry, there's so many of them, I'm just trying to remember all the names.
The log looks damaged, the lines are uneven, and some of the values seem impossible.
I played the old school fantasy one where
the stored data can only be comprehended by a twisted mind touched by chaos.
What was the old one? Chaos? It was the old RTS one where you could play as Chaos. I did Space Hulk. I did Space Hulk and Deathwing Space Hulk. I did Battle Sector. Yeah, that's another one I did.
This record looks like a sermon of some mad chaos worshipper. The log, clearly written from someone else.
There's so many of them. So many of them.
Victory awaits!
Interesting. Probably need to go over there.
The system accepts the access codes. The clanging of moving bolts indicates that the door has been unlocked.
Let's not go to the inside yet. I've done Inquisitor Martyr, and I've actually done, what's the fantasy one that's like Diablo as well? Chaos Bane. I did Chaos Bane as well.
None are better at searching.
The auditory hallucination problem troubling this unit can be rectified.
Let me guess. It involves the drill on your mechadendrite? There's no need, really. My burden suddenly doesn't seem so heavy.
Chaos Bane was like
a desecrated altar to the Omniscient.
$10 on GOG not long ago.
Off, the data slates with sacred code shattered, and some of the teeth on the gear adornments broken off. This eerie-looking makeshift structure is an altar to Tzeentch. Amidst the revolting totems and twisted symbols dedicated to the Chaos God, you notice a string of 9s burned into the metal surface. The vats, which were previously used to store fuel oil, have been turned into reservoirs for blood, an ingredient for the vile rituals that have replaced the orderly protocols of the manufacturer. The tech priest tears himself away from reading his data slate and looks up at you. His respiratory augmetic is missing. Instead, the lower half of his face is covered in deathly pale artificial flesh. You take note of the multitude of fresh augmetics attached to his head. They seem to have been inserted haphazardly, and pus is seeping from the untreated wounds.
I heard your footsteps in the void. You are Von Valencius, are you not?
Pasquale exchanges a series of binary signals with the tech priest before saying menacingly,
"Initiating arrest procedure. This unit is using a fabricated identification code, which constitutes a Grade 4 transgression."
Heretic, are you not?
Merely a seeker of knowledge. However, the experiments I have conducted extend far beyond the allowed limits of an ordinary transmechanic tasked with maintaining a planetary Vox array. But ever since I received that strange signal, my ears have been open to what I had previously considered to be forbidden knowledge. Every night since then, I have been tuning my Vox station to that very frequency and listening to the voices. Am I a heretic? The fabricator sensor didn't think so. He conducted inspections, but he did not prohibit my research. Later, when a mysterious visitor revealed the truth to his optics, he came to me once more. I nurtured the scrap code for him in the depths of my mind. It lives there still, eating through my synapses and building new connections that are open to the new knowledge of change. Is freedom heresy? If so, then I am a heretic. The reason for the failure of this unit's operations has been established. You have fallen victim to the cognitive corruption of chaos. Your computing processes have been disrupted. You are defective. Defective? I reveal the truth. I comprehend, just as the Omnisar commands. Meanwhile, your mind thrashes about within the cage of data vows. So which one of us is defective?
Slickbread, how you doing, man? Hey! Glad it's fast today, that's awesome. Exactly, Ard. Identify yourself.
His white and lifeless lips stretch into a smile.
My name is Demence Hainumar. I believe it is familiar to you.
Sound should be turned on. Is sound not turned on?
We await your command.
And you did Emperor before. That one's not working. You found the one that's not working. All the others are working. That one's not.
By the Emperor it shall be so.
Why it wasn't working? I don't know. Because as you see, I can manually do it. Why is it not coming from Twitch? Oh, it did the wrong one. Give me a second. Haha, you found a problem. Thank you.
By the Emperor it shall be so.
There we go. Fixed.
This statement is false. This unit stands accused of identity theft. I am guilty of many things, but not the transgression you speak of. I have stolen nothing from you, my tech comrade, unlike many others who have indeed robbed you.
So you're the one who stole Magos Tarzus's personal code and made an attempt on his life.
No, why would I do that? It was the work of the maimed hunter. Term not recognized. Is this a specialist term used by your branch of tech heresy?
Oh, nice. That's a great use, Slick Brit. And Shroud is one I wouldn't mind trying. Twitch causing heresy. Oh no! Twitch would.
It is simply a name that fits him. You must have noticed by now that names are full of lies, haven't you, Pasquale Hey Newman?
Mocking laughter bursts from the Herod's lips.
Give me a chance to explain why you're using the name of another.
Another? I have the right to bear this name. It is my humble inheritance, which I received from Archmagus Amanat. To renounce it is to betray his ideas. The blessed Amanat taught us that the cycle must be discontinued, and it seems I have become his best student. Now I aspire to know all, comprehend all, as is the Omnisar's will. Blasphemy. Should you continue these sacrilegious mentions of sacred litanies and heretical perversions of the blessed Amanat's philosophy, you will be destroyed.
Mm-hmm. It's one of the ones I wouldn't mind trying at some point, Slick Brit.
You wish to sound outraged, but I sense your curiosity. I understand. Knowledge is intoxicating. This craving for new knowledge gnaws on me as well. But be patient. I am deciphering a great mystery, and my name became the start of the key. I analyzed the archives and found it in places where it should not be. Hey Newman, hey Newman, hey Newman. I kept seeing this marker upon the traces of a great plot, of the deception created by Archmagus Amanat.
Interesting.
No sound mind is capable of such twisted cunning, but my mind was no longer sane. It could no longer stay within the narrow confines of the norm. Each new discovery loosened the imperatives of obedience and granted ever greater freedom. I avoided the traps of the maimed hunter who seeks to hide the truth. But words mean little. Do you want me to show you the truth?
His pale lips spread into a smile.
Pascal, do you have a preference for killing this guy?
Pasquale switches to Technolingua, his vox erupting in a series of binary signals.
There is no need for secrecy. Let him understand.
The Herod nods in your direction with a smile. Pasquale glances at you with worry and says in Gothic, his voice doubtful.
Following a voluntary surrender, I will be willing to commute the punishment from immediate destruction to arrest and isolation, for the purposes of conducting an exhaustive interrogation.
Does it not violate some protocol or another?
Indeed, Tech Comrade, does it not violate the dogma of purity?
Pasquale says nervously.
Your possible familiarity with matters related to the fate of the blessed Amanat justifies this violation.
If you think it is best.
The Herod's deranged smile remains on his dead lips.
Request denied, Tech Comrade. You will have to pull what I know out of my head.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
That makes things interesting. But yeah, I never got into Resident Evil franchise either. It's like, I've always been like, why? Just, it seems like things are missing from it being something of actual worth and value. It's not terrible, it's just not something I'm like, yeah, it's great. camera, yeah. Cool. Yeah.
No. Trust me. As honor ordains. This goes against the tenets.
Why are you not doing damage to him?
The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
No, I thought I had one more action. Ah.
This tedium is beneath me. If I must. Ancestors guide me. I am not your Xenos pet, mother. I understand your intent. I hear you moving. No more.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. Will do.
Light sources grow painfully bright.
Anything else?
Oh. Ah, not very good. The only time in games ever in streaming setup where it is yeah. Yeah. No, I hear you. Oh yes, Lick Brit. Blackthorn Arena has been awesome, and I absolutely will be doing more of that.
Will do. Anything else?
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
That's just gonna hit everyone. I can't do that.
A tactically sound approach.
Ow. You were just not taking any damage. There we go.
Indeed.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Nothing I can't do.
High momentum.
Already done. Watch and learn. I am fear incarnate. Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been
There we
lost.
go. There we go.
There's nowhere to hide.
Come. The other side awaits.
Beautiful. Killed that one by hitting him. I love that. By the way, you're gonna keep burning forever. We just mopped that up real fast, and I was not expecting that.
Get me a target. I won't object to it. Naturally.
The squall stands motionless as he stares at the
eviscerated.
herald's corpse. After a long silence, he finally says in a hollow voice,
I am taking his neural cogitator. The data contained within must be analyzed to supplement the catechism of maintenance and operation.
Good warning, Ard. Good warning. He did mention scrap code. It could be dangerous.
Request denied. The value of the data justifies the risk.
The squall leans over the corpse, activates the sampling tool on one of his mechadendrites, and plunges it into the tangle of augmatics covering the herald's skull. A mishmash of steel, wire, and augmentations, shaped by some madman into an unknown and frightening monstrosity. This cogitator grants the owner a +10 bonus to logic.
Warning, it'll make you wish for it sooner.
The curved parts appear
Really?
foreign
Then I'll have to do
compared
it
the
now.
orderly geometry of the manufacturer. The many holes and fasteners indicate that each component serves as but a single part of some wicked design.
It's about time.
The car is filled with refuse, broken pieces of spare parts, chopped up lumps of flesh, bits of wire, and other rubbish.
Watch your steps.
Interesting. Oh, nice. That is cool. I will go ahead and stream the demo then for you, Slick Brit, so you can blame it on me. How about that?
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Two hours content? Okay. Yeah. Dual wielders are like they put out some damage, but they're just so weak. Like I had them going down all the time, right and left, and it's like
your redemption will be awash with the blood of heathens, and thus will you sate the true God's eternal thirst.
I need you to
I'll
be
lay
capable.
claim to the stars.
Your redemption will be awash with the blood of
Justice
heathens,
to your
and thus will
death.
you sate the true God's eternal thirst. Find within the primordial truth the strength and power to deliver retribution unto those who kept you blind. Sated with its divinity, manifest the will of the true gods and strike down the unbelievers. Unlocked.
Successful.
Victory awaits.
The cogitator looks dead. Only a single lit lumen shows that there is life within the machine.
Bring the electro scanner.
Several lumens light up on the panel. You hear distinct clicks, and the cogitator goes quiet, clearly having fulfilled its purpose.
Something of interest.
Locked. The door's pneumatic actuators have obviously failed. It can now only be opened manually by finding a suitable valve.
There we go. We got it.
A new challenge for me.
Clean that with my list.
We should deal with this.
Nice. Okay. Well, let me know, Ard, because I had what, 3 or 4 different ones that I built differently, and I just could never get them to produce the way I needed them to.
Find within the primordial truth the strength and power to deliver retribution unto those who kept you blind. Sated with its divinity, manifest the will of the true gods and strike down the unbelievers.
These old research cogitators are unpowered.
Your redemption will be awash with the blood of heathens, and thus will you sate the true God's eternal thirst. Your redemption will be awash with the blood of heathens, and thus will you sate the true God.
The towering furnace wreathed in scarlet light fills you with awe. As you approach, the heavy thrum of ancient servo motors erupts from the machine's depths along with crackling binaric undertones. The dust-covered keys are illuminated by a faint, pale glow.
That's all good, man. If you don't want to do dual wield, like I liked your sword and board one that you had, Ard. That was a pretty good one. I need to get, what was it? Mines of Moria or something like that? Because that was really cool too looking. Disable traps.
The furnace responds with a short binaric
gas supply.
A long binaric drill from the guts of the furnace triggers a wave of quiet
Request
clicks coming from
Theodora's
every
data.
direction. Rumbling builds up in the bowels of the furnace, growing stronger apace with the sound of the ancient motors. The rumble is echoed by the screeching of metal gears and the clanging of unknown mechanisms. Slowly, almost hesitantly, the creation of the Adeptus Mechanicus disgorges a databank engraved with the coat of arms of House von Valancius.
It's about time.
Peer into the darkness
yeah.
that conceals
I
the true
haven't
path. Avert not
tried
your eyes.
everything.
Kill
I
the
just
one
know
who
what
looks
I
will
have
witness the essence of
tried.
things and the power of the
They
truth.
died way too quick.
Chaos Space Marine towers over the tech priest's bowed heads like a dark cliff. He is reciting a sermon, slowly, almost chanting. From the mere sound of his deep, low voice, you break into a cold sweat and your gorge rises.
Listen, for my words reveal to you a path from the darkness unto the primordial truth, which has thrown open its gates for wayward souls seeking deliverance from the shroud of lies and torments of enslavement. Your minds have shed the bonds of the dogma that has guided you into the abyss, accept now the hope granted to you by the greatest of the word bearers.
Sacrilege, here, on the soil of an imperial world.
Heinrichs hisses through gritted teeth.
I knew our meeting on Rikard Minoris wouldn't be the last, but to run into this anathema here, Kiava Gamma did not merely succumb to heresy, Ignatius. Your world is in the clutches of the greatest evil known to the Imperium.
Pasquale gazes at his former brethren and whispers dryly.
The Noosphere signature of the defective units has been archived. In accordance with the sacred commandments, I will tolerate no heresy and hereby sentence you to categorical disposal without redemption.
Voice. That voice. Have I heard it before? Or, no, it's like it drowns out all other voices. Let's leave. Quickly, please.
Yes. Into the God Emperor.
The words of the righteous hymn cut through the torrent of the heretic's impious proclamations. You feel as if the light of the Emperor himself touches your heart, warming it with grace and protecting it from the malignant corruption.
Nice. Permanent? We get a permanent +1 action point? Cool, Ard. That's awesome.
The Chaos Space Marine roars in fury as the tech priests turn and charge you as if on cue.
Submit and you'll die quickly!
The monsters demand your death!
Bella. Nations. J. And Pascal. That's great, the sound of breaking things. Erliette, oh beautiful. Markin.
If it serves your cause.
Boost. Blade Runner. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Hey, you can always put suggestions in the Discord if you want to.
If I must. This tedium is beneath me. Ancestors guide me.
Yeah, burn!
Death to the weak!
Block! Yeah.
Chaos guides me!
Just a minor setback.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If if I may. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Will do.
Ice crystals appear in the air.
But of course. Will do.
Let's see. 35 to 46. Yeah, that's better.
Anything else?
Ice crystals appear in the air.
I am your blade and shield. As the tenants demand, I would that I could. As honor ordains. Trust me. Killing brings me no pleasure. By the web.
Eviscerated. Why? Why? It's true, Slick Brett. They'll be very critical. I need to get that list of games down that you put, Ard. Maybe I should just ask you to Discord, put it in Discord, your recommended game list. I should add a channel for that. Recommended games. Yeah, I'll do that after stream. Make a recommended games channel where people can suggest games to people.
The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. The scriptural prognosis combat is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
Ugh. Just not enough damage. Wow, you did a lot more damage to your ally than you did to me.
I'll see our foes obliterated. I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't object to it. Be gone. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it.
My tactics are flawless.
Oh, we're back up again, sure.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Because that's gonna be amazing. We're gonna be doing so much damage.
Losing me was your biggest
Look at that, look at that. Didn't even do anything, just killed him
Nothing
straight up.
I can't do.
So much damage. Wait, he's not burning?
Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been lost.
Beautiful. Oh yeah, yeah, that's exactly it, Slick Brit. Archery? No.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Just realizing. With where we're going looks to be more the right way, so let's go in here and check this quickly. Actually, Ard, Dragon's Dogma 2 is fairly smooth for me. I don't know where you saw it janky. Is it flawless? No, but I wouldn't call it janky, and I've played some janky games.
Right-clicking on the result of a roll in the combat log will display how that roll was achieved.
Oh, that's disgusting.
The screen of this cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache. The screen of this cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache. Numerous wires and pipes run to the filthy cages, which are filled with what looks like a conglomeration of human bodies. You cannot make out who is in the cage, but bright blue sparks flash intermittently in the darkness, while the mass of flesh twitches and shudders.
Yeah, they're basically the core component for the Hellbrutes, or not Hellbrutes, Forge Fiends. Ard, I have a favor to ask of you. You know my YouTube channel, I know that because you got here from it. I have the full playthrough on there. Take a look at it, make up your own mind. That's what I love about having games online like this, is you can see for yourself and decide if it's a yes or no.
Heinrich's caster scrutinizing eye over one of the cages, before withdrawing his weapon and approaching to examine what lies inside.
Careful, Heinrichs.
Look at it. Heinrichs gestures toward the cage closest to you. Through the metal bars, you see it truly is a pile of human bodies, or something that used to be. The monstrously deformed bodies have fused together in places, while others were severed using saws and knives, leaving wounds seeping pus and slime, wounds that are agglutinating and sprouting tendons. Rods connected to wires that run to a nearby cogitator bristle across the flesh. One of the human heads turns to you. Mercy.
Oh, no, I get you, Ard. And I'm not faulting you for that. I just thought I'd offer it to you. What now?
Even attempting to speak causes the mutant pain, but he bears the agony and forces out the words. Mercy. Make it stop. You examine the pulsating mass of flesh. The creature in the cave seems to be composed of several bodies joined together. You see no sutures or any other means by which the separate parts could have been connected. Among the layers of meat, you can discern large knots of muscle, various limbs, exposed bones, parts of faces, and entire heads. Only warped sorcery is capable of creating such an abomination while preserving its ability to live on.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, I gotta go take care of something I just found out, so I'm gonna do that quickly, and we'll be right back. Thank you all for being here. I do hope you guys are enjoying this. I'm having fun. I hope you are too. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh. Oh yes, look, I'm. Yeah, those are now. Nope. I'm with you on that. Those are nope. Nopes, nopes, nopes. Don't want to play those. Oh, links are down Ardbug. If you want me to post a link, you can PM me and I'll post the link. I had some people putting some very, 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 very bad links, so I had to turn them off. So, yeah. Well, you can private message me on, like, whisper me on Twitch or on Discord, and I can post the link. But I had some very bad stuff. So, yeah, exactly. As well as other things. I've had people post other things too, like advertising other sites or advertising things that we don't want to advertise. I'm like, nope. But yeah, DVD and Faz, nope. Pass. Hard pass. However, Slickbrit, Dark Tide's a yep. 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 What is this?
Heinrichs takes in his surroundings and once again fixes his attention on the contents of the nearest cage.
I'm beginning to have some idea. The Lex mechanic mentioned the inhabitants of the lower levels who had been imprisoned in their homes. He said some of them were brought here. The cultists did something to those poor people in their own home, and now they are studying the result.
He also mentioned slag waste disposal and chaos symbols on the machinery. What are the arch enemy minions doing to the people in the lower levels?
To know the workings of dark sorcery means allowing corruption into oneself.
Heinrich scowls.
These are warp mutations, no doubt. Perhaps there was some side effect, and that is why they were brought here, to be connected to sensors and cogitators. Even fallen tech priests who have rejected the Omnisar are driven by a perverted hunger for knowledge.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
I have seen a great deal, rogue trader. That includes mutations caused by the sorcery of chaos. But what frightens me most is not their repulsive form, but what is hiding beneath it.
Heinrichs frowns.
A human soul in torment. Chaos never forgets to ensure its victims retain the ability to suffer.
Right. But why are they hooked to cogitators?
Heinrichs carefully studies the screens of the computing machines.
Lingua Technis, corrupted by the scrap code, I'm sure. It's unlikely we will be able to extract anything of value from their data crypts.
Thinking, Heinrichs clenches his fist and bites down on a knuckle, and then recoils when the mutant from the nearest cage reaches a hand out to him through the bars. You. A female face watches you from within the gloom of the cage. Even though half of her head has been turned into a mess of bones and lumpen growths, a single eye looks at you with a surprising amount of intelligence. You promised us. Her words are echoed by other voices in the depths of the cages. Heinrichs leans toward the cage, but at sufficient distance to ensure that the mutant cannot reach him.
Who are you talking to? What did they promise you? Who are they?
You took us from the Inferno. You promised us a reward. You. Her face contorts in a grimace, and the creature's lips stick together like melted wax.
I'll be damned. They can still speak. They remember the people who did this to them.
Heinrichs balls his fists in powerless rage. Then he frowns in thought.
Perhaps a little biomancy will allow us to draw the fragments of knowledge out of them, or it will trigger further changes.
Idira curses furiously.
A little biomancy. This is a tangle of flesh and bone that, by some freakish miracle, still happens to have a soul and a mind. Come on, Iceman, let them die in peace already.
Heinrichs turns to Idira. You do not see his face, but you do see Idira suddenly shrink and cast her eyes down. not missing Pasquale's sober interest in proceedings, which he is dutifully recording in a data slate. Abelard raises a brow.
Esteemed Magus, these are your comrades. If I may ask, do you feel any compassion for them? Or, at the very least, regret? Regret for the losses that these poor people represent to the Adeptus Mechanicus? Negative. What I am currently observing is not my tech comrades, but merely their biologically functioning remains fashioned into a specimen of an unnatural perversion of technology. I am under no directives to feel any affinity for such specimens.
Kibella stares at the pile of fused flesh without blinking.
I do not hear their names in the Undying One's whispers. They have become too twisted, and he no longer remembers them. These people are suffering, more so than anyone, anywhere, and you're refusing them deliverance. What is wrong with you? They are not people anymore. It does not matter what happens to them.
Kibella turns away from the cage.
What do you want to do?
My psycho abilities allow me to affect the human body. It is one of the most effective tools to use against individuals who resist questioning. But if you're suggesting that I want to use it, I think you are getting a little ahead of yourself. The effect of warp energy will likely lead to an explosive reaction. I do not know the precise mechanism of this mutation. The result could be even more monstrous than its current state.
If something will make him talk, we must, as we're dogmatic.
Heinrich nods.
Yes, it's possible another person would refuse to make such a choice, but we can use this situation to help the investigation.
Seems you've made up your mind. Is there any use arguing with you?
Heinrich hesitates for a moment, then closes his eyes and raises one hand. You are enveloped by an otherworldly chill. The mass of flesh in the cage suddenly rears up. The mutant wrenches open its glued-together lips and begins wailing frantically. The shrieking is echoed by a chorus of howls and tortured moans coming from the neighboring cages. The mutant changes before your eyes. The tumors recede like an ebbing tide, revealing an emaciated female face twisted in agony. The woman gasps for air, stretches her now mobile neck, and exclaims, "Liar, you promised to kill me. You promised me deliverance. Every one of you, everyone told me to have hope and the pain would go. Accept the truth, for that is hope. My only hope is to be freed from this pain. Please make it so. Make it." A lump of flesh behind her head shudders and sends out smooth, fat tentacles that cover her wailing face and drag it into itself. You feel the pressure in your ears. From the cage you hear a steady, almost imperceptible
Groxseed.
Jay barely breathes. With a sigh, Heinrich lowers his hand and looks at what the creature within the cage has become. A wetly gleaming mass of meat and gristle that no longer bears any hint of its human origins. It pulses vigorously.
And that's it? The lamentations of dying people? No, not just that. What it said about hope sounds like a lie of chaos, which it uses to take root in weak minds. I believe the corrupted tech priest repeated this phrase like an echo of what had been instilled in them. Whatever the cult at the Final Dawn is planning, false hope is a key component of their plan. It's a lead. A small one, but still a lead. That's that, then. But do you know what bothers me, rogue trader? The number of people here. There are too few. The lower levels of similar manufactorums are inhabited by millions. What happened to the rest of them?
Heinrich shakes his head.
I know I won't like the answer. Let's go. We still haven't done what we came here to do.
None shall stand in my way.
The massive cogitator grows out of the metal bulkheads like a grotesque tumor. A hollow roar sounds from deep within the metal housing. Whatever spurred the computer into action, it has enough power to supply a small command center. As soon as your eyes fall upon the cogitator, you feel a tingling in your temples. Every nook, every component of the machine radiates a sense of wrongness. One that is difficult to explain but no less palpable for that. It is as though the construct itself defies the laws of physics and perspective. Heinrich makes a warning gesture. His voice, ringing slightly with tension, is threaded with disquiet.
Stop, Ignatius. That is a creation of the archenemy. Don't go near it. You have done enough for me and my mission. Don't put yourself at risk now.
As soon as Heinrich takes another step toward the cogitator, it emits a deafening shriek like hundreds of metal needles driving into toughened glass, as though sensing the stranger. Wincing, Heinrich approaches the control panel and bends down toward the screens. Despite the heat clogging the room, you feel an ice-cold breeze. Heinrich is clearly using his psycho abilities to try to fend off the pernicious effects of the Chaos artifact.
The Omnisar's grace has not touched this object. This mechanism was not desecrated but born flawed and unnatural. I am most profane.
The Squall unhurriedly produces a data slate.
Initiating observation log. Let not fear stand in the path of knowledge.
You just said this thing is an abomination, yet you are going to immerse yourself in it in order to study it? Doesn't the thought repel you?
The tech priest raises his uncomprehending gaze to Jack.
Squeamishness is not a relevant factor. I have conducted the relevant assessments. The risk of spiritual harm is acceptable. The importance of obtaining the information is critical.
Heinrichs is too engrossed in his examination of the control panel to stop you. You draw closer to the side section of the cogitator housing, which has several thick cables running from it. With each step toward the flickering screens, your feeling that the cogitator is watching you with rapidly blinking eyes grows stronger and stronger. Up close, you see that besides buttons, switches, and toggles, the cogitator casing is also covered in strange writing.
Logic.
The cogitator displays a wall of text on its screens. The string of symbols is a senseless mixture of numbers, formulas, and unfamiliar characters. There seems to be no logic to it, and yet there is no doubt that the cogitator is computing calculations on a prodigious scale. Idira suddenly appears by your side and tugs at your sleeve.
Lord Captain, no please don't. Just don't look. The whispers say nothing good will come of it. You really should just step away from that thing.
A bundle of cables is coming from the broken side panel of the cogitator. They were clearly added after the machine came off the manufactorum's production line. The wires snake along the floor and disappear inside a maintenance hatch that leads to somewhere down below. You take a step backward, and suddenly one of the cogitator screens changes color, becoming a bright yellow. Your eyes are helplessly drawn to the bilious hue. You turn sharply away from the screen, and you can almost feel invisible shackles falling away. The realization comes a moment later. You were not fighting against your own curiosity, but against someone's malevolent will, which has now lost its hold on you. A minute passes, then another. You watch Heinrichs examine the cogitator, his eyes scan the screens, his hands darting from the wheel to the lever, sometimes hovering uncertainly over the next switch, which immediately receives a coating of frost. At some point, you hear his voice, almost a whisper, barely audible above the clanging, roaring machine.
Sacrifices. More and more sacrifices every minute.
Heinrichs looks at you, his eyes darker now, appearing almost black in his white face.
Hikatum determinants. The womb of this cursed machine is down on the lower levels. The auxiliary enumerator controls the system for delivering molten waste under the manufactorum's main building. This cogitator is fueled by the energy harnessed from thousands of people, who are flowing beneath our feet as slag waste as we speak. But I cannot even imagine the reason for sacrificing all these people. It's inconceivable. Now we know why the fabricator sensor prized this monster so highly. The cursed tech priest and his associates created something that went beyond the limits of the Omnisar's power. This machine is designed to process myriad possibilities using warp sorcery. It has almost finished its task. It predicts the future. Ignatius.
Heinrichs, are you alright?
He tries to muster a reassuring smile, but it comes out looking more like a grimace.
I'll be fine.
How can it even predict the future?
Do not attempt to gain any insight into the essence of the machines corrupted by the archenemy, at least, not if you value your soul. I have encountered the heretics' mechanical abominations before.
Yeah.
To truly fathom their nature is to allow a particle of death into your heart.
Heinrichs is silent for a few moments.
But the fruit they bear, no matter how abhorrent their instruments, the fruit they bear could be useful.
Idira opens her mouth to speak but then drops her gaze awkwardly.
You intend to let a creation from beyond the veil do what it was designed to do?
Juliet stares at Heinrichs in astonishment.
Is it not your calling to protect your kind from the schemes and temptations of Silent Thresh?
Yeah, man. Glad it worked out. Yeah.
You cannot understand this, Xenos. Knowing one's enemy is the path toward destroying them. If, in order to prevent countless future calamities, I must perpetrate one of my own, such is my duty to the Golden Throne.
Juliet remains silent for a while, her head tilted to one side.
Not only do you not keep watch over your kin, you even sacrifice your own souls to your dead god. It is astounding.
Heinrich stares stonily at the cogitator screen.
Yes. Let's allow the machine to finish its calculations. I wish to know what precisely the cult's minions were so desperate to see in the future. Perhaps, if we were to increase the power, it would be finished sooner.
We cannot, Heinrichs. The spawn of chaos has no place in the world.
Heinrichs fails to stop you in time. Your blow sends the torn cables whipping out in every direction, scattering sparks and droplets of noxious scarlet slime.
Yep.
You dare cross an agent of the throne?
Zinch would, yeah. Wow, great.
Throne take you.
Pay with your blood in the name of Kaela Menshakain! I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
You are, actually. We keep having this discussion.
I'll be marking this incident down.
When are you going to understand that is precisely what you are?
I understand your intent. Ancestors, guide me!
Skills.
If I must.
Rest assured, I'll be marking this incident down.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Was that you? Or... On it. No can do. Will do.
Cuts and cracks appear on your skin.
Not the scryer's job.
It will be done. At your beck and call. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Best. How could you miss?
That hurt. Oh, great. Great.
I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. Am I getting paid for this?
No.
Nothing I can't do.
Don't stop burning.
Naturally. But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne's glory. I won't object.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Yeah.
Naturally. Let's see to it.
As honor ordains. Trust me. I shall not fail. As honor ordains.
Just not quite enough to kill it.
I'm a member.
Oh, great. Blew her horse now.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Let's not hurt our friends.
I'll do it.
That's one.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
I'm a member.
My time is now. Already done.
As duty demands.
Nothing I can't do. All too easy. There's nowhere to hide. Suits my purposes.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Nothing I can't.
There we go.
Eradicated.
Heinrichs comes closer and stares at you, his eyes gleaming with naked, scorching rage.
What have you done? Years of work, agents' lives sacrificed to uncover the cult secrets, and you destroyed it all in one fell swoop.
I did what any loyal servant to the Emperor would do.
Heinrichs is silent for a few moments.
Yes, Ignatius. You acted as the will of the Imperium dictates to all its humble lay people. It was a mistake to trust that you would see the difference between people like me and people like you. At any rate, rogue trader, the Inquisitor will hear about this in my report.
A new challenge for me?
The Inquisitor will hear that I did what must be done, instead of letting more be sacrificed to the powers of the warp. Sure. Be sure to, add that part. All right, Ard, take care, man. Thank you for being here. We'll see you next time.
Victory awaits!
This era-looking makeshift structure is an altar to Tzeentch. Amidst the revolting tokens and twisted symbols dedicated to the Chaos God, you notice a string of 9s burned into the metal surface.
Redemption Gauntlet. The wearer's melee attacks made against enemies under the effect of exposed weakness decrease the enemy's strength and agility by 10.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Back up here. Back up here. So now we go onward. I believe we explored over there, but we did not.
Follow my lead.
You are authorized. My vow is to serve.
The Cyberguard accepts the access codes and sets mysterious mechanisms in motion. This large device is a cargo lift used for transporting parts.
I do what I must.
This large device is a cargo lift used for transporting parts.
I won't tolerate weakness.
This laboratory is blessed with multifunctionality.
Flamer shot. Interesting. I'm intrigued, and we might have to use that.
None shall stand in my way.
That was a cool little thing that we could do. We gotta go back here. More loot. We take all the loot from the Changer of Ways and make them our own, and purify them with the Emperor's prayers.
None are better at searching.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
Nah, go boom.
Just as I was taught. Just as he ordained.
Let's not go boom, 'cause I don't want to die. We don't like death. Ay, ay, ay. Why, oh, why? Clad and shredded looks good. Is there anything else about it?
Victory awaits!
Upon noticing you, Cubist Delphin straightens. You hear the clanging and groaning of metal as if the pistons and bearings in the fabricator sensor's augmented body have fused together. Repellent scrapes and screeches punctuate his speech.
You, the probability of navigating your way, of reaching the inner line, was negligible. The primordial truth guards me and my work. And why is it that this variable has yet to be eliminated?
Because the schemes of the ruinous power are powerless against the service of the God Emperor, who are guided by his light.
A gross misconception common among primitive minds. Your existence is but a statistical error that will soon be corrected.
Interesting. Why don't you just kill you and your minion and be done with it?
I would not count on such an outcome, although probability recalculation shows that even your unforeseen appearance and disappointing resilience can serve progress. Where else would I have found a suitable specimen for practical testing?
Hey, Ignatius. You sick of listening to the ramblings of this rusty cog yet? It's like his stalling for...
The fabricator sensor straightens his back and shoulders. You hear a mounting hum as if from some powerful turbines, followed by heavy footsteps and the grinding of metal against metal.
What is
Oh,
happening?
great. Another forge fiend. Stop right there, or blow up and die. We've seen one already.
The fabricator sensor lets out a binary trill.
Witness the weapon designed to carry the glory of the true gods into the darkness of the Coronus expanse. My shepherd has sent me one of his iron angels so that its very presence may instill faith and awe in the hearts of his flock. Accept the greatness of the primordial truth united with the might of the new Kiava Gamma, and perish.
For the Imperium, for the God Emperor!
Accept this new sacrifice, sacred truth.
I won't heed your cries of mercy!
Sister Argenta, why don't you choose to be in back position?
am not your Xenos pet monkey.
It's truly debatable.
This tedium is beneath me. Fortune favors the swift.
Uh-oh. Ow. Why do they get to go first?
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may?
How'd you parry that?
As the tenants demand.
Oh. They need a break from Dragon's Dogma, even though it's a great game, yeah. Yep, no, I understand that. Interesting.
As honor ordains. I shall not fail. My blade whispers. your
Bingo!
name.
Finally burning.
The shadows will see it done.
Shields me.
God.
Such is their will.
Why did you not block that when you're supposed to?
You want to meet the real me now?
Hey.
Allow me to introduce myself.
Welcome in.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
Yeah. No, I hear you there on them getting into the fire and not getting out of it. You're like, dude, just don't sit in the fire. Why are you sitting in the fire? Yeah, no, I hear you, man. Aw, they're one square away. No, I said don't do that.
Anything is?
Here is Jay. Here's Jay. Zin and Zetter.
Was it you? Or
But of course.
Let's blind him. Enjoy the lark. Wash some dishes. Blow that up. No, I wanted you to blow it up.
I am fear incarnate.
Is he immune to fire damage or burning?
Fabricator sensor Cubis Delta.
Not my specialty. Already done.
Oh, good.
Nothing I can't do.
$40 bleed, 39 burn, 18 burn, 4 burn.
Not a problem for me.
By the way, don't stop, never stop burning. Ooh, my. Did not expect that.
Suits my purposes.
Not complaining. Burn for eternity.
I will do my duty. My place is at the fort. It will be done. At your beck and call.
A moving target lives longer. You've got a problem. I've got a prize. Don't get too cocky.
Take it down, take it down, take it down.
Already done.
You.
Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me.
I hold all the cards.
Go, 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 go.
Let's see how they respond to this. I don't have time for
Oh, I
this.
can't get far enough over.
Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't. All too impounding me was your biggest mistake.
Wow.
Already done. You didn't stand a chance. Not a problem for me. Suits my purpose.
Where's the last one? Where's the other enemy? Oh, there he is. He's hiding over there. I didn't even see that guy over there. Oh. Oh, man, that's funny. One's the loneliest guy, right?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Ah, that was funny. I was like, I don't see where this guy is. He's right there, just hiding.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deed.
He is. It's almost like he's automated to be a nice robot. Ooh. Grants 20 tech use. That's pretty cool. Well, it looks like we kind of made short work of all them fools. I wonder what's next on the list. Maybe a few more of them forge fiends. If we can get ourselves bust a few rounds, kind of make it go pretty quick. Just ripping and shredding through that. Oh, great. Hello.
Sharp pain pierces your head, and the light dims in your eyes. You smell smoke and burning. You feel a wave of nausea. Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the metal floor. In that same moment, the manufactorum surrounding you disappears in a whirlwind of mist, ash, and grey shadows. Struggling against the elements, you can barely raise your head to look. Your eyes sting and burn, but through the tears, you see it, a colossal silhouette rising above you. The roaring tempest is unable to shake the mighty figure.
In the name of the Emperor, be gone!
Through the howling of the storm, you hear a new, chilling sound, roaring, cruel laughter. The figure advances toward you, and you feel that if it takes just one more step, it will step on you and crush you like a bug. The warrior's inhuman eyes bore into you.
I am the master of those who have been felled by your hand in the halls of the primordial truth. I am Eurolon the Cruel. The souls of my followers return to the fount of power they served, crying out for me to cast my gaze toward this sacrilege. And what do I see? Yet another lackey of the corpse emperor.
The giant's voice causes the storm raging around you to die down somewhat, as if the very sound of his voice is enough to make the whirlwind subside. You glance at the huge warrior, and notice on his chest a winding azure symbol. The shades of blue seem to glimmer and mingle together.
I am the sovereign of Kiava. This is my world, not the dominion of chaos.
Oh, clinging to illusions will do you no good. The rituals have already been performed. The mortals are already singing the litanies of the primordial truth or decorating the sacrificial altars with their flesh. Kiava Gamma, as you call it, is already saturated in the nectar of the truth, a fate that awaits all worlds that would stand in our way.
What do you want with me, you fool?
I want to look upon the one who has disrupted my flock's duties and my master's plans. That warrior from my legion, the fabricator sensei. You think of their deaths as a triumph, however, it is but a minor hindrance on our path. There are other worlds that serve our goals. There are other sources of plasteel and adamantine. Revel in your victory. It will change nothing. Nevertheless, the blood in your veins whispers to the spirits that you warrant a closer look. Yes, you are a descendant of the rogue trader whose warrant Conrad Voigtva sought to obtain. By defiling the relic and binding it to himself with the tethers of the Empire, he was meant to become my servant, a rogue trader who would do the work of the truth. But then you interfered. Could it be that you wish to gain the true god's favor instead? Do you wish to present the corpse relic to me and serve the truth? Hear your very blood calling, begging you to submit to me. What would be the point of futile defiance?
You waste my time trying to tempt me. You are not blood that defines a person's deeds, only their will. It is my will that you be gone from my mind.
His expression twists in pain as he stares at you in rage and bafflement.
Pitiful insect, you dare.
A gust of wind sweeps Eurolon's figure away without a trace. The mist around you begins to dissipate, revealing the dark halls of the Manufactorum and leaving behind an oppressive sense of powerlessness. A Ballard looks you over worriedly, then sighs in cantankerous relief.
That was a close call. For the Sake of Holy Terror, if I had lost a second rogue trader in such a paltry span of time, my only option would have been to shoot myself out of unending shame. I sense the presence of another Psyker. Someone made contact with you mentally, then tried to harm you with sorcery. I did what I could. You at least appear unharmed. Can you remember what you saw?
Chaos Space Marine.
One of the traitors to the Imperium. I don't think it was he who touched your mind. I wouldn't have had the strength to go up against a Psyker from the ranks of those monsters. He might have forced some mortal to do his bidding. Perhaps it was through the same hapless medium that he sensed the deaths of his henchmen.
Heinrichs looks away and frowns.
Such indescribable power to have reached out to your mind at such a distance.
Well, it's better I forget about it. Let's go.
Heinrichs eyes you suspiciously, then reluctantly nods. The manufactorum around you looks the same as before the vision. Maybe the shadows have grown a little deeper and darker. You dust yourself off and continue on your journey through the darkness.
That is annoying.
The world's industrial heart has fallen to corruption, but numerous faint vox signals from the periphery indicate that the planet's small manufacturing cluster survived without succumbing to the heretics. The sacred machines and hallowed lathes from these abodes have been reverently transported to the safety of the ship's holds. The fate of Kiava Gamma hangs in the balance.
Purify it, no matter the cost.
The servants of the Adeptus Ministorum heeded the call and began to assemble a holy crusade to purify Kiava Gamma. It will take much time and effort to root out every tendril of corruption lurking in the dark corners of the Manufactorum.
Yes! Blocks the other two. I don't need boots. I do need mechanisms. Don't think that's better than what I have. I think restoration's what we want. Yeah, because we need the mechanism so badly. Cool. Can we... There we go.
Uncountable worlds are said to labor beneath the Imperium's yoke. The Coronus Expanse, where the realm of the Von Valancius dynasty is located, is but a sliver of humanity's dominion.
It's about time.
You hear dull thuds from within the thick metal, as if some process, endlessly pounding, is running in the depths of these pipes.
An expected result. Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
So they didn't change anything. Is there any reason to come back here then?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
All right, well. I guess that's all she wrote, folks. That's all she wrote.
Why do I not have 4? Does something have to happen so that you can do tier 4? That's the one we need. We need to get back to the first world we had, which was over by there. We heard their biddings and we come. Yeah. I figured I'd make it an easier link so people could find it. You all said you appreciated it, so I figured I'd put it there. Hadn't done it before, so I didn't know what I was doing.
As the colony's nobility amasses their wealth and makes new connections, they are showing less and less respect for the rogue trader.
Spare them. No. Security or efficiency? Punish them. Yeah.
The insolence of the colonists has been dealt with. Due to the ironclad discipline within the colony, the harsh punishments did not affect its productivity.
Do I need more people.
Why do I not have the people? I need the people. How do I get more of the people?
Well, that's security on all of them. I didn't realize that. That would have been good. Oh well. We know for next time. What are you doing? Tell Mom to put you to work. I like that. But I don't need that. I like that. And that's profit factor 3. Drusian. Complacency is 8. We don't have... There's Shrine. So I can't do the other one. And I don't know when I'll be able to. Right, let's wrap up some things.
For each point of a strength bonus, characters deal plus 5% more damage with one-handed melee weapons and plus 10% more damage with two-handed melee weapons. Strength also affects the athletics skill. Base athletics is equal to strength.
See if we can do that.
Offering up prayers to the machine god, the auger operators turned their blessed optics toward the very epicenter of the raging magnetic storm. In spite of the thick haze of static covering the auger's picked visors, something unexpected appeared. The auger crew have detected signs of life under the planet's surface. There, in the caves, is a man-made complex. According to the ship's archives, this world is uninhabitable and devoid of useful resources, so the presence of someone's base seems intriguing.
Send an exploratory team.
The enforcers disembarked next to the suspicious cave. The entrance to the cave turned out to be blocked by a massive plasteel door, once pierced by a melter charge then shoddily patched up. Within, an ambush awaited your team. Attackers with emaciated bodies pounced from the darkness without warning. The enforcers of the von Valancius dynasty reacted with lightning speed. They walked away from the vicious battle not only victorious but having captured the enemy commander. While a shuttle brought the prisoner aboard the Lord Captain's void ship, scouts searched the base and found a vast hall, the walls of which were dotted with cryovaults. All but one were disabled and contained the remains of some prominent people judging by their clothes. The last cryovault was opened and stood empty. In addition, a curious machine was destroyed during the battle. As further inspection would show, this was the very contraption responsible for creating the magnetic storms blanketing the planet, concealing the cemetery from prying eyes. Its machine spirit extinguished forever. Tech Priest still managed to extract those parts that still held value.
Examine the cryovaults.
Tech Priests sent at your command have reported that the machine spirits of all cryovaults are healthy and obedient, excepting the one living within the open sarcophagus. This machine spirit is in terrible condition and afflicted by great madness, muddying its algorithms.
Interrogate the prisoner.
Under torture, the bastard confessed to belonging to the cult of Saint Drusus. He and his brothers and sisters were tasked with guarding this strange cemetery and preventing anyone from entering. He equally could not hide that the unfortunate inhabitants of the cryovaults were killed by his people. Alas, that was his last confession as the harsh interrogation finally took its toll.
There's nothing else we can do? Okay, well, I guess that was short-lived.
To reduce the chance of chaos incursions during a warp jump, spend Navigator's insight to make warp routes safer. An incredible find has been made on Foulstone. Lord Captain, a lost volume of St. Keith's lost diary has been found during the restoration of his crypt. According to his records, the members of the Order of the Hammer were able to find the cryptor containing a relic of St. Cognatius, the Crucible. Keith's writings on it are vague. It is called the Sculptor and Transformer, granting life and grace. The explorators have sent a delegation, claiming the treasure. The heated dispute has been going on for many days.
Wow. $20 lore Imperium. Wow. What's the meaning of the dispute?
The Tech Priests claim that the privileges of the Adeptus Mechanicus oblige the Order of the Hammer to hand any sacred Archaeotech over to them. Allegedly, the Crucible should be considered not as the personal belonging of the saint, but rather as a temporary possession entrusted into his care. The Order of the Hammer rejects this thesis, insisting that the right to care for these sacred objects belongs to the Ecclesiarch's cults, and since Cognatius was canonized, then the Crucible should be regarded as a blessed relic, not Archaeotech.
How fierce are the deliberations?
Quite. The discussions have been happening now for more than 8 cycles without interruption. Both sides have provided more than 100 legal experts and have put forward around 4,000 theses, arguments, and testimonies. The Special Administratum Commission, comprised of 200 armed clerks, has arrived to pass a verdict and enforce the law. This is probably the largest religious dispute in the Expanse's history.
Wow.
Prelate Nigmus does not seem to be too keen on fighting. It seems that he is subtly preparing the Order for the loss of this dispute and is trying to avoid an uproar in the priesthood.
What do my companions say?
It is likely that the research contained in the ancient treatises and archival repositories of the Adeptus Mechanicus will provide factual information on similar precedent. I can spare some of my computing power to find such a case and provide my brothers and sisters with the information that is necessary to win this dispute. I believe that the chronicles of the Amillennian Conclave describe mystical miracles witnessed by zealots while praying at an ancient banner of Saint Capius. Should the Crucible perform a similar miracle, then no doubts will remain that it is indeed a holy relic and not the property of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Shireen, do you know the best motivation to make your enemies ripe for the compromise? The danger of losing any sort of benefit. It is within your power to take the Crucible for yourself using the privilege of your warrant if you so desire. Why do you not imply such a possibility to the parties involved?
The hammer and the cog. Medkits always heal more wounds. Wow. I mean, 20 lore Imperium's not bad. Very well. If they will not come to agreement, then we shall take it for ourselves.
Let's see how long it takes for them to come to a consensus now. As soon as news of the rogue traders' bellicose stance on the Crucible reached the ears of the disputing sides, they unanimously decided to start looking for a compromise. It only took them several cycles to reach an agreement on their collective maintenance of the Crucible. In the process of forming their alliance, the monks and the tech priests have discovered a surprising similarity between them. Both of them hold strong convictions and devotion to their relics, and thus both sides found the strength to see one another as true like-minded supporters, not mere reluctant allies. Research into the Crucible has identified it as a device for surface terraforming. Fueled by the geothermal energy of the planet, it could turn a wasteland into a blooming garden. However, a way to launch it has yet to be found.
Hey. That is cool. Why don't I have Tier 4? Is there something I need to do to activate Tier 4? Ooh.
Lord Captain, the tech priests have made a sinister discovery on Kiava Gamma, a blasphemous machine built at the behest of the wicked cubist Delphim. This mechanism is capable of picking up the whispers of the warp. It seems to occasionally transmit a discordant binary melody into nowhere, but no encrypted data or other threats have been detected. It seems to be a functional side effect of sorts. Of course, the idea of using a machine instead of astropaths to contact the voices of the warp may seem tempting, but this machine is teeming with corruption. Its fuel tanks are satiated with the liquefied souls of your subjects. It has enough for now, but someday it will have to be refilled.
That's powerful. How could Kubius construct a powerful monstrosity machine?
Defying the dictums of the Omnisar, the heretic had entered into a dangerous field of experimentation with the warp technology. It is dangerous knowledge, but the ancient and incredibly complex vox core of the mechanism is much older than Delphim was. He had probably found it here and made use of it to fulfill his needs.
What does the retinue think about this?
On behalf of the Inquisition, I hereby declare a ban on any contact with this device. It must be removed and given to our acolytes. Normally that would be all, but I will explain further. Out of respect for you, the Inquisition can reap benefits from this heretical machine. Our trained acolytes are able to carry a vigil near it, carefully listening to the dark whispers of the spirits of the Immatrium without succumbing to their corruption. We could discover their plans and warn the rogue trader whenever any threat would loom over his domain. The daemons wanted us to hear their vile speeches? Let them hear our righteous cry. Ignatius, let me summon the most zealous preachers who would dedicate their lives and zeal to reading a litany of fury and rage to this machine. Let the inhabitants of the warp hear us and fear us. This blasphemous creation has to be anathematized and deconstructed. In the name of total knowledge acquisition, the principles of its work must be inspected beforehand in great secrecy, requesting the right to investigate the heretical device before disposing of it.
Wow. Drusians, Emperor's Voice. All allies gain 7 persuasion. Sound like tech mechanics to listen to the voice of the warp. Heinrichs. Awareness. Fine, Heinrichs. You may take it.
Thank you for your cooperation. the squad of the Inquisition's acolytes secretly requisitioned the desecrated machine. After a short while, some rather curious anonymous warnings began to arrive on Dardanus, and each of them had undoubtedly been paid for with the blood and soul of a selfless defender of the Imperium. Thanks to the information overheard in the whispers of the warp, many heretical plots and blasphemous messages sent by the cult of the Final Dawn have been uncovered. The Protectorate has gained a new line of defense.
What do I need? I need efficiency.
But we need that.
There we go, efficiency in weapons. Doesn't block anything either. Cool. All right, we need to get call for help. Oh yeah, we need to go over there.
The warp jump was unusually hectic. The recent attack of the scrap code disabled many of the sacred machines whose malfunctioning algorithms showed no sign of failure until the vessel departed real space and surrendered itself to the Sea of Souls. Only the navigator's talent and the tireless vigil of the tech priest saved the void ship from ruin.
Cool. We can turn stuff in and then we're gonna have to call it. We're up to 86. I didn't realize we jumped. That's a nice jump.
The priceless discovery left the crew speechless and shaken. The ancient Imperial Ark ship, Hammer of Redemption, was hidden below the surface, impervious to the augur sight. Had the rogue trader not found pieces of an Archaeotech compass that resonated with the vessel's defense systems, it would have remained lying in a bottomless chasm, lost and undeservedly forgotten forever. The Adeptus Mechanicus acolyte studied the ancient data archives and concluded that the vessel crashed about 300 years ago after running into an asteroid stream. Hoping to rescue at least some of the colonists, the captain dispatched 4 lifeboats whose tragic fate you already know. Although time and weather were not kind to the Hammer of Redemption, the crew still managed to salvage plenty of valuable items.
Data loom, that is awesome. Then these guys took our fuel, now that I remember it, and we got good loot for fuel.
When the rogue trader's ship approaches the Adeptus Mechanicus void station, the station thanks the rogue trader for his cooperation and presents him with several containers of unused reserves as a token of the station thanks the rogue trader for his cooperation. The station thanks the rogue trader for his cooperation and present him with several containers. The station thanks the rogue trader for his cooperation and present him with several containers of unused reserves as a token of its gratitude.
All right, let's see. 86 should, I think, be enough for the ship parts we needed to get. So we're hopeful. And that's where we're calling it, is right after we check that. Tomorrow we'll do more gladiatorial fun. And next week something else is on the docket. I have no idea what it could be. So strange.
You heard what happened on the middle decks. Greetings, Lord Captain.
The augur
The high factotum Janri.
Last time, it took 5 of us to hold it down after it crushed someone's jaw. Watch it, everyone. Right, on the count of 3. O machine god, upon the initiated bestow thy blessing.
So much needed. 87, 93. 105. We need 105. Oh, man. Nice. 2021. We can get those. We just need to have the rep.
Reboot completed. Proceeding to execution of program tasks.
Oh yeah, boy. That is cool. I'll go over those
It's
later.
settled on its own. That's never happened before. I'll be damned.
We need more profit factor, more profit factor, more profit factor. I thought we were getting to where we had enough, but we need over 105 just to get the ship parts. Wow. So we only have 2 missions right now. Well, other than going back here and investigating and turning stuff in. Pretty good. Oh. We have that too.
Ship's enforcers notified officers about a strange insect-like creature appearing on the astropathic chamber deck. The entity was destroyed, but the incident was recalled a few days later when one of the astropaths lost his mind, shrieking about a splitting headache. The psyker perished shortly after, and the autopsy revealed the presence of countless bloated larvae consuming his brain. The corpse and the insects were safely disposed of.
Sure. Voice. Which means now you can do this one. Mechanisms and profit factor, yes. Explorators. Ooh, security for all worlds. However, this blocks flawless servitors. We need to decide which one we want. Two security for everyone, or 2 efficiency and 2 profit factor. I think we're gonna have to do that. This one does not block anything. This one needs mechanisms. And doesn't block anything. Hey. More profit factor, which we found out we desperately need. We need no more mechanisms. So do this. This doesn't block anything, but it does give us a lot of people. And hull integrity, yeah. So now we have to decide which of these we want. Kind of think efficiency. Profit factor 2 requires either of them. This requires servitors, gives us the 4 lance. Pretty nice. 2 profit factor, 2 profit factor. 2 profit factor efficiency, but mechanisms. I kind of like this one best. Yeah. All right. We're gonna need to call it. I am past time.
Lord Captain, after the decompression of Lady Theodora's secret workshop on Kiava Gamma, an epidemic of mysterious tech leprosy. We have not faced anything like this before. The plague only affects mechanism.
Right, so...
Eradicating the infection is our highest priority, but to completely eradicate the Manufactorum epicenter would mean in...
Place your trust in you.
Do not be so hasty with this
I would
purge.
happily
This
compensate us for
phenomenon
the
may be
loss.
of interest.
Sure.
I have suppressed 18 different epidemics aboard the flagship,
purge.
and our office... Even the metal dies one day, scarred by corrosion. To combat those who have stripped flesh and replaced it with machinery, the Bloodspun Web has procured a remedy, an acidic compound that burns through steel. We stand ready to help, to burn out this tech leprosy.
Oh, wow. Custom emission, profit factor, tech leprosy. But efficiency goes down by 1. Cabela does demise of metal. More damage to machines that are targeted with reject the flesh. Pascal. To void shields. Ooh. Kind of like the 5,000 rep. But I don't like efficiency going down. I do like the shields.
Your request is accepted. I shall withdraw to perform the sacrament. The tech priests, armed with a mysterious device they assembled under the instructions of Pasquale, have gone into the bowels of the Manufactorum. What happened there is unknown. Reports speak of a blue and green flash that illuminated the Manufactorum, and the epidemic subsided overnight. The distorted mechanisms have been honorably melted down, and so were the bodies of the dead tech priests who carried the machine of the Magus Hay Newman, as well as the burnt remains of the machine itself. Magus Pasquale had refused to comment on his chosen method of purging, calling it a revelation of the Omnisar that he himself could not comprehend before it left him. Many of the tech priests who had once maintained this Manufactorum were left without a function and transferred to serve aboard the rogue trader's ship.
Nice. And that's the one we're going to do. And that is the final thing we have. Thank you all for being here. I do hope you enjoyed. Until next time, as always, enjoy the story. See you guys next time.